Hey, I think we're live on the YouTube now. Hey, yo. We're gonna get started in just a second. Um, Getting the Twitch started now. There we go. Hey, both sides are going now. Move that. Um, just trying to get something set up real quick. Crazy.
Something caught my eye is you had a book that said Umo.
By the way, the movie you were shooting.
11-11-11. It was the one time in my filmmaking career that I went down a rabbit hole I couldn't pull myself out of. I wanted a really unique looking house. And then I was going through the location library and I found this house and I said, that house. And they said, no, not that house. And I said, no, that house. You go on what's called location scouts. There's about 20 or 30 people. You're in a bus. And they're all kind of whispering to each other. And eventually the caretaker undoes the gate and opens it up, but he won't go inside. You walked in this house and all I can say is there was a heaviness. There were mattresses all over the floor, and there was like residual of wax. And then I started noticing there were masks on the ground. On all the doorways and all the windows, there was this symbol, and it was an H symbol, but it wasn't an H. It was a weird looking H. We found
Yo, okay, we're gonna get started here. I'm just gonna boot up the game. Probably gonna smoke a little bit first if anybody's there and of age. I'd be down to smoke with you as soon as I get on camera. Gotta turn my fan on. Hot. It's fucking hot. Hopefully it's not coming through too much. Where are we? There we are. Shit. I think something's fucked up. There it is.
something caught my eye is you had a book that said Umo.
By the way, the movie you were shooting.
11-11-11. It was the one time in my filmmaking career that I went down a rabbit hole I couldn't pull myself out of. I wanted a really unique looking house. And then I was going through the location library and I found this house and I said, that house. And they said, no, not that house. And I said, no, that house. You go on what's called location scouts. There's about 20 or 30 people. You're in a bus. And they're all kind of whispering to each other. And eventually the caretaker undoes the gate and opens it up, but he won't go inside. You walked in this house and all I can say is there was a heaviness. There were mattresses all over the floor, and there was like residual of wax. And then I started noticing there were masks on the ground. On
My microphone keeps activating when it shouldn't be. What the fuck is going on?
It was a weird looking H. We found out it was something that meant Umo. And I was like, what is Umo?
It's not a big deal, I guess.
Ramoncín, por favor, ¿has visto un ovni alguna vez?
In the 1960s, these mysterious letters and 70s
Alright.
Started popping
Now
up
that
around,
everything's set
Europe,
up for the
but
most
especially
part,
France
I'm
and Spain. Umo was
gonna
apparently
do
an extraterrestrial
the
planet
volume
that is,
check.
14.6
So
million light years away. And
Testing,
these people
testing,
basically
burrito,
disseminated
burrito.
information from their
I'll be right back.
cultures throughout these letters.
It wasn't like one payload. It was multiple payloads to multiple people over multiple places.
Now the debate comes, can one person write all of this? French computer scientist Jean-Pierre Petit, he studied UMO, so he had models on magnetohydrodynamics that were based on some of these papers. So they were legitimate theories. So now you have this guy saying, oh, it was me all along. Sorry about that.
Cool.
It was just a big
It
joke.
looks like
Well, his
everything's
son went on a
good.
rampage.
I
There
can
was a protest in
probably
the middle of the
turn
theater. He
this up
stopped
a
the
little
screen,
bit.
as I remember. That started what I would consider to be the most horrific 10 days of my adult life. There's a shot where they're standing on the beach, and behind them you can see the house.
Cool.
And in the house,
So, I'm gonna pack a
there are these
quick
3
bowl
large picturesque windows,
before
but
we
the
get
curtains
started playing
were on the
anything.
outside, not the inside, and they're wooden. And so to open one of these things, you have to be inside the house and on a pulley system, and you have to use both hands to pull it because they're heavy. Well, we shot in that room, and the curtains were broken. You could not open them, and so they had to remain shut. In this shot in the beach, all of a sudden you see every window open, open, open behind
What?
them. Yeah, and it almost looked like a visual effect. There was a small window, is all I can say, with an H over it. Ask my assistant, I want to know what's on the other side of that. And he broke in the wall. It was a room, and inside this room there's an altar. The previous owner of the house was in the middle of a divorce. They were sharing custody, and he buried her body in the house.
Hey, just calling to report a sighting. About 2 years ago in October in Tennessee, Crossville, I was riding my motorcycle and came over a hill, and I looked up over the tree line right in front of me, a mile away or so.
If anybody's there, I hope you're having a wonderful day
Just kind
or
of the tree
night.
line there. I'm a follower of David Polias.
About
and he
to
said,
take a hit
"You can't
here.
take your eyes off the
If you're
plane,
of
otherwise
age
it'll
and feel like
disappear."
joining me,
And looked off to the left.
I'll
looked
be
back,
ready in just a
and was gone.
minute.
That pretty much confirmed it for me.
Today we are joined by a good friend of mine who's become a good friend of mine in the last several years. How long have we known each other?
2018, I think I reached out to you.
Whoa, so 7 years already.
Yeah.
This is Hollywood director and director of Saw 2, 3, 4, and Spiral, among so many other horrific projects. And by horrific, I mean that in the literal sense.
Thank you.
Darren Bowsen, welcome, and thank you for joining me.
It's just so surreal to be sitting in the skiff.
You're a fan of the show?
Oh, dude, I've watched every episode, and I get jealous. You've actually become a bigger director than I have. You're just insanity. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a labor of love, as you know. And you're this is really exciting, and we're going to mention this off the top because you are getting into the podcast space as well.
Yeah. This last couple of weeks, we've just dropped our first few episodes called Darren and Josh Make a Movie. And
You're with
it's
Josh Stolman.
Josh Stolberg, who
Stolberg, sorry. Yeah.
who wrote Spiral, who wrote your scene in Spiral. And basically, we're going to take audience, kind of like a Project Greenlight, through inception of an idea all the way through the distribution of actually getting the movie out and made in the theaters, and they can follow along week to week as we go through that process, through the hurdles and victories and tragedies.
That's
I'm
amazing.
just now
Such an
looking at the
exciting,
clock. I thought it was
venture as
way
well to be able to
later.
take the audience through that, and I think it's really what people want more and more,
It's
right?
been a
They wanna
long
know.
day.
It's why a lot of these people sign up for like the behind-the-scenes membership stuff. They want to see what's going on and how this stuff works.
I didn't realize how complicated and arduous creating a podcast was, specifically with video. I've directed 18 movies, and I think I've had more breakdowns in the last couple of months with this filming the podcast than I have any film. So kudos to you for being able to put out really cool content.
Yeah, and for those who don't believe me at home, how many people you got? How many people do I have in the studio helping me with this right now?
There would be zero. I was kind of shocked. You walk into this, and it's a huge warehouse, and it's just you and some cameras.
Yeah.
So it's more impressed now than I was walking in.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It means a lot coming from you, Mr. Hollywood director. Darren, we're going to be talking about some really interesting stuff, and I've been so excited to get you on the podcast because a lot of people who listen, they understand that, we talk to whistleblowers, witnesses, experiencers, all sorts of people from the military and three-letter agencies, but I also find it really fascinating to have people who help further the conversation in the entertainment field as well. Because, you know, for me, entertainment is a valuable means to absorb information. You know, you look at, I always say the three Georges, George Orwell, George Carlin, and George Lucas. You know, you look at, they taught me a lot.
Yeah, that's great.
You know, so, and it was all through entertainment.
I mean, I think that's why I learned my real education came through film and through TV. I never was really great at reading book smarts, you know, going to school, but I would pick up ideas and concepts watching movies, and it's such a great way, I think, to disseminate information.
Yeah.
You know, through film.
Yeah, there's, and we're going to be talking about that. I'm really excited. That's actually one of the things I'm most excited about is talking about movies, you know, UFO, alien movies, and that type of thing. But before we get into that, something interesting happened a few weeks ago. You were watching one of these episodes, and I was shooting some B-roll. I put some B-roll in, and there was a book that caught your eye. You want to take it from there?
Yeah, so I've watched every episode, and you know, it's even if I didn't know you and we weren't friends, I seek out UFO, paranormal, occult podcasts. So you know, on yours, like I was watching it, irregardless of our relationship, and I love the little details. I love your cutaways. I love, you know, all of those things. And something caught my eye is you had a book that said UMO on it, and I would consider myself pretty versed in the UFO world. But it's a very not a lot of people know about UMO. It's not one of those things that you talk about a lot. And I had a very impactful, traumatic experience with the name UMO and the UMO UFO thing. And I reached out to you and I was like, dude, is that what I think? Did I just see an UMO book? It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, there we go. Just to catch people up a little bit, because this is something that I've been looking into, especially since Darren had mentioned it.
Hi, Twitch.
On this podcast.
Jesus
I got to go down this rabbit hole. And you know, I read almost the first volume.
Nearly
of
20
that book,
minutes.
went online. And so, to give you a brief little history for those of you at home listening, in the 1960s, these mysterious letters, and 70s, started popping up around Europe, but especially France and Spain. Now, these letters were typed like with a typewriter, and they all had this little symbol on it known as like the UMO symbol. Well, UMO was apparently an extraterrestrial planet that exists, you know, 14.6 million light years away. And these people basically disseminated information from their culture and their sciences and their astronomy throughout these letters and sent them across Europe. Laughable at first.
Yeah, I mean, hundreds of letters.
Yeah.
And I think what's really interesting, it did not go to one. It wasn't like one payload. It was multiple payloads to multiple people over multiple places.
Over multiple years in
decades,
multiple languages.
In decades, yeah. And people started to get together and they would share the letters and they would go through the letters. And what was fascinating is these letters were not only scientific in nature, but they dealt with things that at that time, I mean, you didn't have Google. You couldn't just pull this information down. They were dense. And it really started to make an impact, this idea of UMO, which I think it started originally with UFO sightings. It started with a few sightings and pictures of someone witnessing a saucer. It's the classic saucer shape in the sky with this really unique H symbol kind of in the bottom of it. And then more people started seeing it. And then the letters started appearing. So yeah, so I'd never heard of this until 2010. I got lucky to go to Spain, to Barcelona, to shoot a film. And I hear myself telling this story, and I feel like an insane person. And I know that if my mother tunes into this, she'll say, "Stop talking about it. You seem insane." But
you're in the right place.
I know. So my wife, who is, you know, she's avid and speaks Spanish, and she can do Catalan and all of that. And in Barcelona, that's what it is. In this movie, we needed a location that I wanted to be the kind of backdrop, and I wanted a really unique looking house. And I kept getting the location people would send me house after house, and nothing worked. And then I was going through the location library, and I found this house, and I said, "That house." And they said, "No, not that house." And I said, "No, that house." And they said, "No, we're not going to go to that house." And after weeks of me turning down the houses, I went back and I said, this is the house I want. And they finally said, listen, we don't recommend, but we'll take you there and show it to you. And immediately when we arrived, there was this energy on the bus, and everyone was rapidly speaking around me, and I didn't understand what they were saying. And we get out, and some of the people stayed in the bus, and that was my first clue that something was weird.
Whoa.
And I was like, okay, and I get out, and this feels fake, me telling the story now. I hear it, and I'm like, this bullshit, but it's not. We get out, and there's a man who is a caretaker of the house, and he's kind of pacing back and forth, and it's beautiful. It's on the Mediterranean Sea, and it's surrounded by these mansions. It's beautiful. And we get out, and he talks to the producer, and they're kind of rapidly talking back and forth, and it's getting heated. And I'm seeing the crew. You go on what's called location scouts. There's about 20 or 30 people. You're in a bus, and they're all kind of whispering to each other. And eventually the caretaker undoes the gate and opens it up, but he won't go inside. And we see him standing out there, and he's smoking. He's like chain smoking. And now I'm seeing more of the crew that are not coming through the gate. Maybe, I don't know, 18 of us went, and there was about 6 or 7 of us that stayed behind. And we get in, and I didn't notice it at first. They opened the door up, and there was like a wait. And by the way, at this point in my life, I've never experienced anything supernatural. I've always wanted to, but I can say I've never seen anything, never felt anything. You walked in this house, and all I can say is there was a heaviness that hit you. And the first thing that was kind of weird is the house was empty, but there were mattresses all over the floor. Mattresses in every room, and there was like residual of wax. And then I started noticing there were masks on the ground, and it very much looked like a eyes wide shut party. And I was like, all right, whatever. Like people do that. Is that why people are not coming in? But then I started noticing on all the doorways and all the windows, there was this symbol, and it was an H symbol, but it wasn't an H. It was a weird looking H. And we walked through the house, and I noticed the H's, but it didn't really click with me. And I leave, and I say, that's the house I want. And they try to talk me out of it again. And now I'm starting to get upset, because why is this production company trying to talk me out of shooting here? I had my wife come back the next day. They were doing another walkthrough. This time it was with what's called G&E, or Grip and Electric, where they had to figure out where they were going to put the trucks and pull electricity. And I wanted my wife to go, because I wanted to know what they weren't telling me. And in the bus, Laura's like leaning over to me, and she says they're talking about this cult, and everyone doesn't want to be disrespectful. They don't want to do these things because of this cult. And I said, what cult? So we get there, and there is a prominent H over the front door, and no one wants to go past it. That no one wants to open the door, no one wants to touch the H. And we found out it was something that meant Umo. And I was like, what is Umo? And they said, oh, it was a Spanish thing. It was, some people still revere it and they believe in it. And it's not considered polite to move it. And my wife, and this is, walks up to it and pulls it down. And I think she called them something. She said, you guys are a bunch of wussies, and takes it down and throws it kind of on the ground. Let's cut to 24 hours later. My wife is in a hospital. She's hallucinating tremendously. She ended up being bedridden for about 5 days.
Excuse me.
Whoa.
That started what I would consider to be the most horrific 10 days of my adult life, of just insanity occurring in and around us, where we removed all the H's in the house, and we started finding things in the house that didn't make sense.
Did you keep any of those?
No.
Oh.
There are videos online.
It's downstairs.
Oh?
Yeah, so here's what I want you guys to do, and I'm serious about this. I am very superstitious. I don't want any cold stuff here. Get the cold, get that humo stuff and get it out of here.
Now, while this is all happening, I'm sending footage back to the distributor, and they think we're setting it up. And they literally said, is this a publicity thing? And I'm like, no, this is all, right now what you're seeing is real. Now, over the course of the 3 weeks we were in the house, we probably lost a third of the crew members that quit.
No way.
We had one that was pushed down the stairs. It was the second AD who broke his ankle.
Tim, you had any crazy experiences here yet?
I have not been harmed, I'll say that, but that's miraculous, seeing as even our camerawoman right now went through her own bit of violent illness when she walked in the house. Then we had a broken foot, we had a severe head trauma twice.
Two severe head traumas.
And a bit of loco-ness.
One of the associate producers quit. The continuity person, who is my right hand on a movie, a continuity person sits with the script, and they make sure that I am not forgetting lines in the script, and if someone's holding a drink in the right hand, the next take it's not in their left hand. she began to have hallucinations and get physically ill. So this is about maybe the 8th or 9th day that we're there, and I start thinking, I still am not going supernatural yet. There's got to be a logical explanation for this. So I asked my assistant to find out if we can have some mold remediation. I wanted to have the air tested. I was like,
Right.
if we're in a place that's bad, I want to. This house is very old.
Yeah.
So we do, and it comes back completely clean. And then one of the producers finally comes up to me and tells me what was going on with the guy, the caretaker. And it gets revealed to me that this house was a meeting place for this cult called Umo. And at that point, I still don't know what Umo is. And I was spelling it like it was an H, so I'm spelling it H-O-M-M-O.
Like Humo.
Humo. And that's not how it's spelled. And so now I'm able to actually go on and research what Umo is. And
what are you doing?
which leads me down this rabbit hole of this fascinating UFO thing that took place. And still, I don't want to say it's prevalent, but it's still very much around.
You ever searched up something weird like
What you doing?
how to tell if my neighbor?
It's still around. There's still they call them the Umites, the people who follow the word of Umo. And for those of you wondering at home, being like, well, how? I mean, obviously this is just a hoax, right? You're thinking at home this is obviously just a hoax. But to give you a little bit of context here, I'll just read a few things that have come to light with these documents. And so the letters included diagrams also of these spacecraft, advanced theories of physics, and even philosophical commentary. They run through the language, sociological things, cosmology, absolutely every aspect of their civilization. And what made them different was the consistency and complexity of these letters. So these letters across the board didn't cancel each other out. So if this was a team of people, which a lot of people suspected it was because of the vast reaching sort of knowledge that was, put into these documents, you would have to expect it's a lot of people. But they had concepts in there that weren't even theoretically out there yet in terms of physics. So concepts like communication via neutrinos, and early mention of dark matter, which was way ahead of its time at that point. And some of the stuff mimicked cutting edge theories years before they were widely accepted, loosely resembling string theory, neural networks, and multiverse structures. So, if you're a layperson reading this stuff, I tried to. It
hurts,
dude.
It hurts your head, and I think that so now we're a couple of weeks in the shooting of this place, and I find out that it's a UFO cult. And I've always been fascinated with UFOs. I mean, I think the first adult book that I read growing up, and this is 100% accurate, was Communion. Because like VHSs, when you grew up in the 80s, you would choose movies based on the box art. I chose books by the box art, too. And so when you go see that, that face, that was one of the first, I remember, adult books that I read. So I've been fascinated with UFOs since a kid, but it's something that I felt that I didn't know about. So I became obsessed with figuring out what this house was insane. It had staircases that went nowhere. One of the things, and I think it's in the documentary, if you go on YouTube, there's...
By the way, the movie you were shooting.
11/11/11, which we're going to get, because I want to talk to you about the 11/11 phenomenon. And by the way, for those listening or watching, the movie's terrible. The story that takes, and partially we were talking about this before we began, is I feel like I lost my mind a little bit. It was the one time in my filmmaking career that I went down a rabbit hole I couldn't pull myself out of. And I became obsessed with everything that was happening and me trying to find a rational explanation for it. At this point, I was very much ingrained in the horror world. I loved macabre. But to have it happening all around me, people getting sick, falling down staircases. One of the things that I think
Nearly
was
a
the
week
most
left.
shocking thing to me that had happened, our DP, a guy named Joseph White, I fly him in from Los Angeles, and he hears these stories. I'm telling him, dude, there's a cult here. It's called Umo, and it was a UFO thing. And he's laughing. He was like, dude, do you hear how insane you sound? And I was like, dude, you don't understand. So he arrives 2 days before filming, and I hear him. I'm upstairs, and I hear him come in the door, and he's like, where's Bousman? I want to see this haunted place. And this is, again, it sounds fake, me telling the story. I'm looking down from this I can see down to this very grand entryway. And I was like, yo, Joe. And he looks up, and he's like, I still don't believe in this bullshit. And I'll never forget this. I hear a noise, and I hear one of the guys that's on the G&E department tell Joe to move. And almost instantly, the chandelier that was just hung collapses and falls directly where he was just standing.
Oh my God.
So I'm like, and again, I'm still wrestling with what does supernatural ghost stuff have to do with the UFO cult, which led us to pull the information on the house and the sordid history of this house, which was insane. So during the process of filming, I'm not focused on the movie. I'm focused on the mythology of this house, this Umo cult. And what I think I found fascinating is, and I was talking to you about this, was not only is there a fascinating story about the origins of Umo, but it spawned other things, cults, something called Daughters of Umo, something called, I think it was the Edelweiss Foundation, which was a cult in the true sense of the word, where they were branding kids. It was basically like a Boy Scout thing.
God damn.
It started, and they were branding kids with the Umo sigil on their skin. It got dark, and people went way overboard, basically living by these documents that were, mysteriously produced. And so I just became fascinated, and I think it was one of my first real itches into this world of, trying to uncover the mysterious. And so while I should be making a movie, I am staying up all night and drinking too much scotch, being like, oh my God, listen what happened here with the Umos and this and this and this. And you can tell when you watch the movie because the movie's pretty bad. But it was crazy. And it was such a little known, I think, we've all heard a lot of the same UFO stories, the Betty and Barney Hill story and all of these, but I'd never heard about Umo.
Yeah, Umo is one of those, it's one of the ones that Wendell Stevens, he put out a whole bunch of contact books that I'm obsessed with because, again, these are the lesser known stories, but that are quite extensive in terms of documentation, in terms of sightings. There's even a sighting, I think in 1989 in Russia, and the name eludes me right now, but in Russia, it was witnessed by children and a police officer. So a police officer and a bunch of children witnessed this craft come down. The doors open up, and
the toaster man.
Yeah, there was like this robotic sort of toaster, and that sort of toaster man, you know what that was?
My
That was
latency
because
is
apparently the
way
person,
off. What the
dressed
fuck?
up as a human would use that to
And then it's
destroy
good?
clothes. So it was like a shredder that followed him around. And then there was this giant sort of three-eyed being with the symbol of Umo on its torso. This being here.
Well,
check that out.
Oh.
You're a fan of ephemera.
I am. That is, and this is what I think I find so fascinating about this case is I'm fascinated with religion. I'm fascinated with the occult and the esoteric. And I think a lot of it has, you can start it right here with the research of Umo. There's a large section of the population that are convinced 100% it was a hoax because the man...
Jose Pena.
Pena, on his deathbed, basically admitted to it. And he said, I did this, I wanted to do an experiment to see that our belief, could we convince a population...
I'm kind of doing the same,
put
fella.
these documents out. And by the time that he was done, it had taken on a life of its own. It had grown, it had expanded, it had gone across continents, and it was unable to be stopped at that point. But then later, after his death, it was revealed that no, maybe he didn't start it. Maybe he was told to say he started it to basically help keep it mysterious. I mean, you know a lot about that too, about the...
Yeah. So 1993, he came forward to say basically that he was responsible for concocting this thing as a social experiment. Now, Jose Pena is an interesting character because he was a trained psychologist.
It's okay, buddy, we all suck.
Psychology.
Now one of us has the right to judge you.
One person
Fuck.
write all of this.
See?
And if you're at home and just you want to look into it, just Google some of the UMO documents and try to have a read through. It is mind-bendingly difficult to read. And when scientists were given this, there's all sorts of scientists, by the way. There's even a computer scientist, a French computer scientist, Jean-Pierre Petit. He studied Umo, and he published his own models. Basically, were based off of Umo. So he had models on magnetohydrodynamics that were based on some of these papers. So they were legitimate theories. They weren't just half-brain concocted ideas. So now you have this guy saying, "Oh, it was me all along. Sorry about that."
Yeah, I think this is how I'm supposed to hold this kind of mouse.
Went on a rampage.
I heard the screening. I don't know if it was Sieges, but there was a
It
film
feels
festival.
weird, but so much more accurate when I hold it. Not
Which,
like
you
you would
really
think.
leaned into the fact it was hoaxed, and that it was created by him and 2 of his friends. And there are some connections that are hard to overlook, like the second sighting of it was from his roommate.
That's right.
So you go down this rabbit hole, and there's a lot of connections, but this documentary goes into that. And there was a protest in the middle of the theater. He stopped the screening, as I remember, and was furious.
Why are you running?
Because I guess the son knows it to be real, and the father's dying confession was, I guess, coerced out of him.
That's right.
That it was something that he was. And then there's a lot, if you go really down the rabbit hole, that maybe the CIA was involved, maybe the KGB was involved. It's fascinating, because the minute you think you've reached the bottom of this, maybe hoax, maybe conspiracy, it goes far, far deeper and darker.
Gotcha.
These kind of side cults that stem from some of the kind of mythology that these papers reported.
Yeah, and these papers had enough in them to where if you fully read through all of them, you too could be convinced that they're real. I mean, really smart people read through these papers, and they got together. So there are these houses that existed back then where people would get together to try and decipher collectively as this sort of
did my job for me.
Session these papers.
Didn't even try to get you away from your healers.
You run into a house like this that you're describing, and you said something interesting to me about the beds in the direction they were facing.
Well, when we first took it over, so one of the first things that when I started to get really kind of, I felt I was being punked. I felt that I was being screwed with, because here I am as a Western director that's coming over to this country making a movie there. I felt that maybe they were screwing with me. So I had a lot of documents pulled around the area and to try to find out the ownership of the house. It sat empty for a long time before we went in there, and it was rented out. There was a lot of things that people would rent it out for events, but it looked like Eyes Wide Shut party, but all the beds in the place were facing east. The candles were put up in a very ritualistic way.
Why is that important, facing east?
Well, I mean, getting into esoteric traditions, I mean, a lot of things have to do with direction things. I mean, if you look into Freemasonry, where they're built, which way they're facing. So inside the house, though, which is kind of incomprehensible to explain, I think the Winchester Mystery House might be the best comparison. There were staircases that went nowhere, but not like they were built like that. They were bricked over. And I think this was the most concerning thing for me. So we shot in the basement of the house, and in the basement of the house, there is a staircase that goes up, and then you can see kind of a modern brickwork that's literally bricked up a quarter of the house. You can't get into it, and they've gone through a lot of effort to brick that part of it up. In one of the scenes
I think
that
we're good now.
I wanted to shoot in, which we ended up not being able to shoot in because everyone
I'm really off today.
And that's where I started to get convinced maybe this was some sort of mold or gas or something like that. There was a small window, is all I can say, with an H over it. And I asked my assistant, I want to know what's on the other side of that. And he broke in the wall, and you can see it online. It was pretty ridiculous. It was a room, and inside this room there's an altar, and inside the altar there's candles and there's other things like that. But they were all closed off. We tried to ask the caretaker of the house, like, why? What is this thing? And he refused to talk about it.
He was just evasive?
He was just wouldn't give us any information about it. It was an interesting thing. And still to this day, I mean, it's 10 years later. I still look back at some of that, and it's like, it was the most uncomfortable.
I don't know why.
I don't know why. Stories. We leave Spain, and I go back, and I'm editing in Los Angeles, and I had the coolest editor. The editor edited Full Metal Jacket.
Oh, cool.
He was the assistant editor on The Shining. So he worked with Stanley Kubrick, and this guy is like an old school dude. And one day he calls me in, and he goes, "Hey, can you? What is this?" And he shows me footage, and it's a guy sitting on the edge of the bed, and he is doing a monologue, and he's very kind of quiet, he's whispering, but in the corner of this, spatially, he's sitting there, you hear somebody yelling in a language that I don't know what the hell it was, into it, but no one references it. You don't hear me yell cut, and the guy continues on with his monologue. So my first thing is that doesn't make sense. That's impossible because it was so loud that he would have called cut, but no one heard it there. So I write that off as a corrupted audio
Get him,
file. I'm
Cass.
like, okay, there's something weird here. This is a corrupted audio file. But then there were other anomalies in the footage. The one that was so subtle, and if you see it, you might just kind of blow it off and be like, "That's nothing." But to me, it was really upsetting. There's a shot, and you can pull this and put it on the screen now for YouTube. There's a shot where they're standing on the beach, and behind them you can see the house. And in the house, there are these 3 large picturesque windows, but the curtains were on the outside.
I thought that was a Genji skin for a second. Whoa.
You have to be inside the house and on a pulley system.
That's a crazy Cassidy skin. I almost called him McCree.
You could not open them, and so they had to remain shut. In this shot in the beach, they're in the foreground and they're talking. All of a sudden, you see every window open behind them. Yeah, and it almost looked like a visual effect.
Whoa.
It did not open like that. We could not open them, and it would to make that happen. It would take 6 people because it took 2 people to do each one of the curtains. It would have had to have been coordinated to 6. No, again, I'm not saying that the crew wasn't screwing with me and saying let's screw with this guy, but to what point? It took me 5 months after we did it to me to even see it. So if I was being screwed with or punked, you thought that they would have laughed and done whatever.
Yeah.
But it was these subtle things throughout the footage.
Do you have any of that?
Yeah, that you can find that on YouTube. If you do 11-11-11 shutters, you can see it.
Okay, great.
It was funny when the DVD came out. The foreign sales company would not put it on there because they thought it was all staged. They said there is no way we're going to pass this off as real, and it made me so angry because I'm like, it's not. It's all we did not do that.
Yeah, but that's like a boy who cried wolf situation because you're also known for immersive horror. You're someone who creates experiences using horror and to sort of blur the lines between what's real and what's fiction. So that would seem like something you would do.
I'll tell you, my wife, who was there with me during the time, she became worried because of, you talk about this idea you heard a lot in UFO, is this cognitive dissonance, this coming to grips with something that just doesn't fit with your worldview. I didn't have time to process what was happening and what was going on with the crew quitting, getting sick, these weird injuries that were occurring on set, and what we were feeling and seeing. I was just such in a fog during that entire movie. Just because it challenged everything. Like, it was like, there's just this presence in the house. So not only were we dealing with the UFO UMO thing, we're dealing with this presence in this. And then there is a story that goes with the original owners of the house that was eventually uncovered, which the previous owner of the house was in the middle of a divorce. They were sharing custody, and the daughter kind of stopped talking to the mother, just kind of disappeared. And every time the mother would reach back out to the owner of this house, the father, he would say she was gone. She's at school. She's on vacation. She's this. She's this. Eventually, the mother
soda before I knock it over.
She wanted to see the daughter, and sent the police. And I'm gonna mess up some of these details now, but the daughter had died.
I need
the
help.
Political figure, fearing that he was going to be blamed for it and thrown out of this political thing, he buried her body in the house. And I didn't. Again, it's one of these things. That's not true.
That sounds like an urban legend.
It sounds like a horror movie, right? Yeah. It sounds like something I would make. The details are far less dramatic than maybe you're putting it.
Need help. Where the fuck is everybody?
Again, there's this house has a very
where's the team at?
But it was kind of like my first really kind of awakening into my fascination with what goes on that we don't know about.
So this house ended up having potentially a murder or some type of death and some type of cover-up with this child in the basement, we would assume?
It was the basement.
And that's where you filmed?
We did film in the basement. Now, that's not what the door was. I told you there was a staircase that went to the door.
And that has nothing to do with where the body was found?
That has nothing to do with where the body was found. You know, it's been, like I said, it's been almost 14 years now. I want to go back, and I recently looked up the address.
Damn it, Anna.
I found a call sheet, and I found the address, and I looked it up, and it's still available.
Tried blocking her in that corner there. That would have been crazy.
I've been in a lot of places. I was going to do a movie in the Lori Mansion in New Orleans, which is a lot of people consider to be one of the most haunted. I'm telling you, it had nothing on this place in Barcelona.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I mean, since going down this rabbit hole, I've been just completely consumed with all of this because it's, like you said, so fascinating. It covers so many facets. It goes from being, okay, potentially real UFO sightings to, okay, an elaborate hoax to now some type of almost meta-religion that started. Yeah, cults, religions, a lot of, and by the way, a lot of non-violent,
most are non-violent.
Yeah, when we say cults, we don't say they're drinking Kool-Aid and they're all having sex parties. That some of it maybe, but there's
The Edelweiss, yes, they did.
the branding and the sex stuff potentially, but for the most part, these were just gatherings of people who believed in the word of Umo because it made a lot of sense. And ironically enough, after reading some of it, this is exactly what they wanted to avoid, the Umites.
Yeah.
They wrote in their papers specifically, do not take this as the word. We don't want to shift your culture into ours. We're just here to observe.
If I remember correctly, in the documentation, it was very much against a cult mentality.
Yeah.
It was the opposite of that. And I think that's what I find so fascinating about belief in religion is that, you know, if you are to believe that it's a hoax, you know, it had gone past his ability to stop it. That people had found a way to live with it and really believe in it and make it a way of life. That even when it came out publicly that, hey, this guy made it up, it was an experiment, people didn't want to hear that. They wanted to believe.
And the fact that after he admitted to doing it, letters were still surfacing. They were still being sent
for quite a while.
For quite a while. But the tone had shifted a little bit. It had gotten a little bit more serious from the Umo. I mean, there's all sorts of really interesting stuff. I mean, I was telling you earlier, they had this.
We have a Widowmaker.
Cipher.
That's crazy.
Which gave you directions to basically a end of the world bomb shelter because in the 70s there was some tension with Iran and Israel, and that during those tensions, apparently the Umo got like signals that they were at a 26% chance of like nuclear war, and that was enough for them to like leave. But they'd given instructions on where to go in case this happens. Now these encoded instructions were never really fully deciphered.
Get the fuck out of here, Ronald.
AI, and I got the answers back, which is super interesting.
I gotta say though, as spooky as the story is, if you want to have a good laugh on
What the
something,
fuck is everybody?
Go down the rabbit hole of the Umo language. It is quite possibly the most hilarious, funny, ridiculous, and it's all about tone and inflection, but the words are all the same. So it's like umo, 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 uya, 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 umo, umo. And I thought that was really funny. I actually stumbled onto a music channel. Because there are people that still very much believe in this, and you know, it's who they are now, and there's Umo music.
Yeah, it's a whole culture, and I kind of like it. I kind of think it's sick that you're here for it. Yeah, why not, dude? Like, I mean, you know, if you're not hurting anybody, but obviously if you're doing
fucking
some weird,
somebody,
weird deviantly natured things, then yeah, I'm not necessarily for it. But I think it's just so interesting. Plus, you know, you're someone who has this fascination with
what is
not
that
only
on?
horror, but the occult. You've been just absolutely consumed by the occult. I guess it's one of your driving factors.
Get fucking fucked. Okay, or not, or don't. Just don't get fucked at all. I guess I'll get fucked. I'll fuck myself. How about that? That'll work out for everybody, I think.
Before we touch on that, I would love to get your sort of origin story and what brought you towards the occult.
I'll start off by saying I'm very much an armchair occultist, and it's a funny story. I
Can
guess,
we group the fuck up, or Moira?
My occult journey.
Moira.
I've used my
I know it's quick play, Moira. God damn it, Moira.
That I like or admire, and that goes from musicians to actors to magicians.
Frontline Moiras.
And it started with sleight of hand.
Everybody's so afraid of that Genji.
You know, I became friends with yourself and
For
why?
why?
Danny Garcia. You guys all have the ability to take a
fuck, I'm dead.
2 pieces of paper and plastic and do incredible things, and you can create a moment out of those 52 things. Now, if you hand those cards to anyone else that doesn't have that knowledge, they can't. They can stumble around, but you have the ability to control an entire room because you have knowledge that not everyone else has. You have methods that not everyone else knows.
Hey guys, hope you're enjoying the podcast. I just wanted to remind you that our MJ12 collection is still available at Area 52 Shop. This is some of the highest quality merch that you can get. We worked on this in-house for the past 6 months. This is not a drop shipment. Everything ships out of my warehouse. So if you want to support the channel and cop yourself some really cool Majestic 12,
I'm gonna grab a snack real
check
fast.
it out, area52.shop.
And I became fascinated to learn how you were doing it. I became fascinated when I see Danny Garcia do something that to me breaks my brain. So
to be fair, Danny Garcia breaks my brain as well.
I just had this thing that I couldn't sleep at night because it didn't feel real to me. I knew it was a trick, but it didn't feel real. So I started collecting magic books, and I wanted to uncover the secret. And the best example that I can give is that my kind of quest of esoteric knowledge or occult knowledge, that's all it is. I mean, occult is just that which is hidden. That's what it is. It is uncovering things that aren't widely known and understanding the mechanics behind them. In the same way that once I read a book on magic, I have, when I say magic, sleight of hand, I can start to understand what you're doing. Not that I can do it, but I understand it. I understand the mechanics behind it. But you create magic with cards, real magic. I'm talking magic like Jack Parsons magic, because you can get a group of people together that are strangers, and you can do a trick, and you can create laughter and emotion and amazement.
Alchemy.
Exactly. You have changed something. Who cares that you're using sleight of hand? It is still magic. That is magic. And I became fascinated with that. So part of it started there. The other part of it, I'm a poser. I always feel like I have imposter syndrome. So I am a horror director. I've made my career in making horror movies. And I wanted my office to feel like that. So when I first started out after Saw 2, I had a spooky looking office, and I had spooky skulls, and I had spooky, scary looking books and spooky candles, but they were all fake. It was all stuff you would buy at like Spirit Halloween. And as I started to get more money, I started to replace those spooky things with real things. So I remember the first thing I did was I had all of these spooky books and they're plastic, they're things you would buy at a Halloween store. And I was like, this is cheap. When you come in my office and you turn the lights on, it's cheap. I want to fucking... So it started with magic sleight of hand books. So I started buying Professor Hoffman, which are like, if you're a magician or a sleight of hand person, Professor Hoffman is like everyone knows who he is.
Tricks with cards.
Exactly. So I started.
I'm just trying to touch it at this point.
Looking books with magic books and books.
Come on, team.
So now when you go into my office,
let's go. Where the fuck are you guys at?
Then I started replacing my scary books like Frankenstein and Dracula with real books of that. Then that led me into realizing how fake I'd been my entire career, because I'd made a bunch of movies on religion and the occult, and it was all bastardized Hollywood ideas.
Is the Alana's name Biohazard? Yeah, holy shit, I play with this guy all the time.
I had my magic books and I had my original Frankenstein books. I started getting esoteric knowledge books, and Manly P. Hall as an example. He's one of my favorite esoteric thinkers. I started getting his books because I liked the way they looked. So I say I'm a poser. I like the covers. I like the images on them. And then I started reading them, and it just made sense to me. Things in it made sense. It was philosophy. It was ways to look at life. And then it became a conversation piece. I realized when people came in my office, they're like, I remember one of the books I had it's a Manly P. Hall book called Anatomy of a Man. And there's a naked picture on it, and it's old, and it's...
Come here, lady.
Like, what is this?
Lady in
and then
red.
I found myself talking about it, and getting excited when I talked about it. Because it challenges beliefs. And that's, I think, my grandfather was a Baptist minister.
There's a Reinhardt.
And for so much of my life, I didn't understand religion. I knew it was something I had to go through.
Which is like a bus.
But I didn't really have faith.
Coming our way.
I gotta be honest with you, it was through all of these weird books and these esoteric documents that
fucking Reinhardt, you're such a bitch.
Hermeticism, like Rosicrucianism.
From behind that wall.
I think that I just found things that I believed in that, things that was said. And I'll tell you, you mentioned I do.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
For those that don't know,
I have my ultimate, but I don't know if anybody's ready with me. I don't see any of my teammates.
And basically, it is
in
a
my view,
real narrative that takes place in the real world for one or two people. I started doing those. And the first one I did was based on a cult, like a Jonestown-like cult. Up until that point, every time I tried to touch religion or cult, it was all, like I said, very surface Hollywood versions of it. I wanted to base it in something real. So I went down the rabbit hole of reading documents on secret societies, and I would change it like 8 to 10%.
Where am I going?
And I started doing it, and I started to base the mythology on real doctrine, and it sparked something. It just felt real to me, and it felt real to the people doing it. And I kind of cherry picked the stuff that I believed in.
No, it doesn't.
Can you give me an example?
For you? Oh my God! Where the fuck is my team? Where the fuck is my team?
You might not be familiar with what immersive theater is.
So yeah, immersive theater is if you go see a movie in the theaters right now, it's two-dimensional. You're staring at the screen.
My eyes twitching right now.
You can watch it 100 times; it's going to stay the same. Immersive theater interactive.
Not because of my team or anything, just in general it was before I started playing Overwatch.
Of watching someone
but
on the screen, you're sitting
they're
next to
not
them,
helping.
or sharing a drink with them.
I'll tell you that.
You can smell the perfume. And so things that we would do is like we would put
backing up
in the downtown
because I don't know where anybody is
in
other than
section,
the enemies.
We'd reprint entire books, and it would be 85% real, but then
I'll
inside
take
the
care
book,
of them.
would be
That's
20%
okay.
fiction,
That's
that we
okay.
create for our story.
I got it.
And so if they
I got it.
they would say it's a real book, and so we were able to base a mythology. They would believe on something very real, but it wasn't. But we would take ideas.
I didn't want to bully them, but when they do it, that's why not?
Initiation is very much alchemy. It's that you are going through a process of transformation. You start in dark and you find light. That's so much on these things is stepping into light. That we are neophytes right now, but once
Little
you go down
too
the
late there.
path, you
Thanks
are
though.
awakened.
Enlightened. Yeah.
Enlightened. And I think that so we use that as a foundation very easily.
Oh, I
should
should've.
have. Which is an alternate reality game. As a neophyte, you're in the dark, and it's all about illumination. You find the answer through these tasks. And so I use my screenwriting partners, and we took traditional narratives, but we based mythology for the first time
I'm actually
in real
gonna do it
documentation
this
as
time
opposed
if
to
I can
bastardized
hurry up.
And so many movies that I see in Hollywood, whether it's UFOs or on the occult, are just they're fake. They're
not based in anything.
I don't think I made
They're
it.
based on what me in a Midwest, growing up in the Midwest, thought the occult was, thought UFOs were. And I think by making it a little bit more real, it just ingrained itself. It imprinted itself so much more. And that just formed a fascination. And now I collect these documents. I seek them out. I'm gonna do some
workouts.
Which is the same thing for magic, sleight of hand. I want to understand how things work. I want to understand the thought process behind why someone would, like Jack Parsons, what made him a Thelemite? Why did he go down this road as someone who created the modern rocket propulsion system? What would make him go into sex magic?
Yeah.
And so I want to understand that. And so I think that it's made me a better storyteller. And I think it's helped define my own faith and my own belief system.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's really profound, and that's kind of the path I think that a lot of people in this space end up going down in one way or another, maybe not so directly, but in the sense that we're looking to merge science and religion or science and spirituality. If you look at the UFO space, for example, there's a lot of this talk of, oh, these are angelic beings and this is, whatever it is. And then on the other side, it's like, no, it's just purely like nuts and bolts. But then there's this school of, okay, maybe we're talking about the same thing. Maybe what's spiritual to you is quantum physics to me. And that's something that Jack Parsons actually tried to merge. Although, in a more deviant manner.
Yeah, and he had a very horrific ending.
Yeah.
Jack Parsons he's fascinating because you look at a guy who, a genius, but doing things that I think would be labeled insane or crazy.
Yeah.
In trying to find that balance between the two where, by day he's this rocket propulsion person, and by night he is participating in ritualistic magic.
Yeah.
there's a fascinating, if I recommend, if you've not seen it, Strange Angel.
Yeah, just got done watching season 1.
It's great. I love that because it's, first off, by the time you get to season 2, you're just going to ask yourself, how did this ever get greenlit? How did anyone put this on TV?
Yeah.
And I love it.
Was it 2016, I think it was? Or something like that.
And it bums me out that it didn't continue. You'll understand why it didn't, because it goes places. I mean, it definitely goes. And they did not shy away from the occult in that.
I love that, though. I think even in like the first episode, there's already like this guy bringing a goat into his house and then coming out with a vial of blood later. And you're like, what happened there? For people who don't know about Jack Parsons, he was one of the founding figures in American rocketry, co-founding JPL, so Jet Propulsion Labs, and Aerojet Engineering Corp. His work laid the foundation for NASA, what we now know as NASA. And the most interesting part of all this guy was basically just like a chemist. Like he
didn't go to like some massive.
He didn't go to school for this, and so for him to be accepted in modern rocketry, first of all, going down this whole sort of occultist, Aleister Crowley, sex magic route. Actually, they withdrew his name from a lot of this early American rocketry stuff.
Yeah, he was shunned, his belief system, because when you're dealing with what he was dealing with clearances, with all of that, I mean, he went through a very intense process of being vetted, and then here he is. And at that time, I think he had the compound. He had that in Pasadena. I forget the name of it now.
The Parsonage.
Yeah.
Which was like this place for rituals, this place for like people from all over would come, these luminaries or these, whatever you were, these vagabonds.
Well, and I think it was a hard time because anytime you mention a cult, you're either met with a dead stare. I was at dinner, I won't say the name, but I was at dinner last night with the magician we both know, and the first question was, are you into Satanism? And I was like, no. And they're like, but isn't that a cult? And I'm like, no, it's not. So much of a cult comes from Christian teachings. It comes from, things that are the opposite of that. But I think that there is a belief that so much of this is, evil, bad, satanic, whatever. And I think that what he was now, I'm not saying what he was doing was not, because he was on a much darker path. But I think that, trying to juggle both of those things, being somebody in that high in the government and going and doing ritualistic sex magic at night.
Especially in the time where it was like super taboo. This is like late 40s. Actually early to late 40s. And then, associating himself eventually with people like Aleister Crowley
and L. Ron Hubbard.
L. Ron Hubbard, that's right. Getting mixed up with these folks and doing some really sort of like nefariously oriented things.
He went down a very dark path. I read the book years ago, the book in which the show is based on, but he was trying to bring about Babylon, the girl.
Yeah, the elemental.
Yeah.
Yeah, female elemental, the goddess Babylon.
Yeah.
Was him and L. Ron Hubbard were trying to summon this lady, essentially.
I had such a worldview shift.
And then he did, by the way.
And then he blew up.
Yeah, but he did end up like summoning...
he supposedly summoned the devil.
His girlfriend showed up. This like beautiful redheaded lady who showed up. What was her name? Marjorie Cameron. Sorry.
His very early on in his life, I think early teens, he felt he summoned the devil, Lucifer, in his room, and that's what got his fascination into the occult. But for me, he was practicing. He was going through and doing these rituals and doing whatever. I am so just fascinated with. Learning in the same way that I wanted to understand in cardistry how to do a double lift or to do whatever. I wanted to understand it because it gave me a new way of thinking. When I learned magic or went down that rabbit hole of, and I say magic with a sleight of hand, it changed the way that I approach problems. It was a problem. So I think as a magician now, when I'm doing a movie, when I'm doing a saw trap example, here's one I can explain it. We wanted all the saw traps to be practical. I didn't want to use visual effects. So we would design them in forced perspective with mirrors. I learned that through magic thinking. I wanted to understand this whole kind of idea about esoteric thought because I wanted just to think differently. And I think that so many people are so close-minded to whatever they grew up believing. Mm-hmm. I grew up in the Midwest. I grew up in a Lutheran household. My grandfather was a Baptist minister. So I had this kind of sheltered view of the world. I've been lucky enough to travel the world with these movies, and I just recently went to Saudi Arabia, and I had a very sheltered view of Islam. And then I go there, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's this, it's this, it's this. And my whole, I guess, mentality of that culture shifted. And that's why I think I'm so fascinated with all of this esoteric thought, is it completely shatters all of these preconceived notions and opened my mind up to believe and accept a lot more that I maybe wouldn't have believed or accepted if I did not read that book.
Yeah, and a lot of these ritualistic things that we bear witness to at a young age. I was raised Catholic as well, and, you know, eating the body of Christ, drinking the blood, like, these are things that seem fairly normal as a child. And as you grow up and kind of have a removed sort of sense of what this is, a bird's eye view, if you will, of what's going on. And I had that happen to me, actually, when I was in my early 20s. And at that point, I was still kind of practicing religion a little bit. I would go to church with, like, friends and stuff. And at one point, I was at a baptism. And it was a Catholic baptism. In walks the priest, but, like, dressed in, like, these golden robes. He had a scepter, and, like, following him were these people with, like, this smoke. And everything was gold. Somebody was holding a big golden book.
That is a ritual. You are going to a ritual.
That's right. And I'm watching this stuff, and it's kind of like hitting me now, because I had gone every Wednesday night. We'd have, like, prayer night, and there was music. It was beautiful. Like, people would congregate, and they were all lovely, and everyone was really nice to each other. It was all normal. But then I started to look at it like, whoa, what's going on here? And when they baptized the child in this giant, like, a stone basin,
an altar.
Yeah, and they put water, and I remember there's a lady. This always stuck out to me. They go to put water on the child's head, and it kind of only grazed the child's hair, and then he went on with his thing. And a lady in the back goes, "You didn't get him, right?" And I'm thinking, surely this is only symbolic. And then he's like, "Oh," and then he puts more, and now it's in the baby's eyes. The baby's crying and everything. And at that point, I was like, "Wait a second. Is this symbolic or is this literal?" And that really shifted how I see all of this. And I'm like, this must be symbolic. And if it's symbolic, surely we don't need all of this. We don't need all of these, bells and whistles if it's just a mind state, right? But for me, yeah, that really showed me that even the things that I was, like you're saying, really accustomed to and never really questioned, all of a sudden from a different perspective seemed occult, seemed a little foreign to me.
So much, I think that I'm in a unique position being in Hollywood and getting to work in movies, seeing how much the esoteric thought is ingrained in certain things. Some of my favorite, I love graphic novels. Some of my favorite graphic novels are written by some of the biggest occultists. Alan Moore, who most people would know from Watchmen, from Hell. This guy is a true magician, esoteric thinker. I remember I listened to one of my favorite books is something called The Invisibles, which is very much based in, like, esoteric thought, but it's a graphic novel. He had a YouTube video off a lecture he wrote for a book called Disinformation Guide of the Occult, I think is what it's called, where he talks about chaos magic. And things just clicked for me in those, like, the words they were saying, ideas that they had. And I realized how much of our life is a ritual or magic. The idea of saying I love you to me is magic, because you can say I love you to someone, and those words change that relationship with that person. So you've put an intention out there. You said I love you. And now all of a sudden your relationship has changed with that person. These little things I never thought of before. So things just started connecting for me that never did before. How much of what we do is ritualistic. I mean, you just went through, imagine that same thing of a Catholic church, but put it in a dark underground cave, and that same thing, all of a sudden that becomes satanic, that becomes whatever. So much of it, of society is...
And that's a good point. I mean, even, we would, there's this, I don't know if there's any truth to this, but it sounds true. But when we spell things, right?
Yeah,
it's an actual spell. You're casting, you're saying, hey, go outside, and I send this letter across the world, and the person who reads it then goes outside.
You have said something, and they've done something. You
haven't
action.
even said it. You've just...
But that is an action. So that, and I think that's something else that I found fascinating was this idea that magic is just something that you don't yet understand. So if you go to a caveman and hand him a lighter, that's magic. But when you actually understand the mechanics of it, it's not. I always find that fascinating because I've looked at things as a kid and I was like, oh my God, that's magical. And then I learned them and I'm like, it's not magic, it's this. So how much of these things that we hear about or read about is just, I forgot who said it, but it's just magic is science not yet defined.
Yeah, Arthur C. Clarke, any
Yeah.
sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
Exactly. And I just wonder how many things like that we see that soon will no longer be magic. It'll be science. There was a book I just got it. It's amazing. It's huge. I mean, you can't hold it. It's a Manly P. Hall.
It's like the secret teachings
of all ages.
Yeah.
Tashin just put it out.
Oh,
and
wow.
it is. I mean, it's this big, and basically it's like his grand opus where he went through every major secret society and esoteric, and basically wrote these chapters on it. It breaks your brain trying to read it.
I've read through some of it. It's very dense.
It's like the Umo papers.
That's right.
You just cry when you get through like a page.
Yeah, but it's fun to open up.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I just open it up sometimes, and I'm like, I'll start here, and it's just like a whole chapter on the pineal gland, and I'm like, oh, interesting.
Yeah. So for me, I think that the exploration though started from sleight of hand. It came from cards. It came from watching people like yourself do card tricks that I didn't understand, and I knew that if I understood them, maybe they would stop being magical. And I wanted to understand the mechanics, and that's where I started kind of my fascination with these books and collecting these documents.
That's so interesting, and man, I mean, you know, it's funny because I talk to you as a magician because you're, you know, quite familiar with a lot of the techniques. We've hung out a lot and talked a lot about, and I don't get to share that with very many people. You know, I can sort of abbreviate it or dumb it down a little bit for like, not dumb it down, but just put it in layman's terms for people to understand. But it's fun to be able to talk shop with you in terms of illusion, you know, and magic thinking, because magic thinking is something that once you notice it, you see it everywhere. I see it within intelligence agencies.
Well, 100%. And that's why I think that my education, I've had two educations. I had the one where I went to school when I was in my 20s, and I consider my midlife education. And the midlife education was sleight of hand into what I'm doing now with these books. It's completely reframing how I approach any situation or how I think about them, including how I make movies now. You know, we talked about this at lunch, but part of magic is it's an intention. When you are going to cast a spell, when you're going to do something, it is an intention you're trying to put out. As a director, I want to affect an audience. How do I do that? Through a series of images and sound. And I have the ability to move them, to scare them, to disgust them, to upset them by moving pictures and images. Now I'm using tricks not only from magic, sleight of hand, but tricks psychologically that I'm reading about in some of these other books. And I think that it's fascinating. It feels like, again, I'm back in college and stuff, learning new things.
That's amazing. I'd love to hear it. Yeah, I mean, once your mind is attuned to how magic kind of works, you'd think you'd get disillusioned, but you actually become inspired to create more once you're aware of these things. And but it is interesting too. I have a talk coming up at Sci Games, which is like the Olympics of you know, really cool what they're doing. Hakeem Isler, he's putting together this thing where all these people will compete in different psychic events, and I'm overseeing to make sure that they are, you know, rigorous and you can't cheat them. And we're gonna see if anything can be done. But during that time, I have a talk, and I'm writing it now. And the talk is about real magic, and not magic with a K, but kind of the fact that magicians know this. If there's any magicians watching, comment below. Let me know about a miracle that you've performed, and let me know how often these things happen, because they happen more often than they should. And there is a relationship there with, you know, Russell Targ as well, got into psi stuff. He was the founder of one of the guys at SRI, but he got into it through doing stage magic. And I just find it so interesting that my personal life has gotten me from magic with a C
to magic with a K
to magic with a K to magic with a J now.
Ah, majestic.
That's right. Yeah, the whole majestic thing.
It all comes full circle.
And so magic has been kind of following me everywhere.
It is crazy. I'm watching the David Blaine special now. Do not attempt or do not try.
Yeah.
And what's
I love that special, by the way.
I do too. And I think what's crazy about it is I think we are capable of great things, all of us. If you don't believe you are, then you won't be. And I think that you look at David Blaine, who's doing these feats that seem completely unreal, but he's trained his body, he's trained his mind, and can do insane things. And I think that we all have that ability. And again, if you show that 50 years ago, that is magic with a K, what he's doing. And I think that, again, it's science that we just didn't have a name for then. But if you know how to do it, if you know, and I think that's why in fact, I used to always watch ghost hunting shows. Like I said, never seen one, but I always would love it. Why do certain people see things and other people don't? And I think a lot of it has to do with what you allow yourself to believe. If you're closed off to it, if you're like, I can't hold my breath for 6 minutes, and you're never going to get to that point in your life. I can't see a ghost. You're never going to have that. I can't see a UFO. I won't. Versus those that are open to the idea, I can hold my breath for 6 minutes. I'm going to train my body. I'm going to do whatever. Now this impossible feat becomes possible. I can see something that's, just outside of our perception.
You've just described abracadabra.
Yeah, I mean,
I speak what I create what I speak.
Exactly. It goes back to the idea of spells too. But I feel that there's such a cross section of magic with a C and magic with a K or a J. It is this belief. It is this training. It is, and that's why I was really fascinated by what David Blaine has done and what he continues to do. I think I'm always fascinated, like watching your show. All of these things that 20 years ago you would have been laughed out of a room. These ideas, these concepts of things that exist in the sky. Now it's mainstream. It is mainstream. It's on mainstream news sites on a daily basis. That to me, I think that soon we're going to realize how interconnected this all is. You mentioned it earlier, 1,000 years ago they called angels or demons. Now we call UFOs or NHI. Yeah. I just feel that there's more of a connection here between the occult, the UFOs, religion.
Oh, yeah. And you can even look at places like NASA, who continue to this day, allegedly, to do sort of these ritualistic, albeit less, dark, but like still ritualistic nonetheless, things during their or before their launches. You just read American Cosmic by Diana Pasulka. Yeah. She mentions it on a few interviews as well, that sometimes they're like, hey, you got to wear your launch t-shirt, and everybody has to wear, or everybody has to eat the same food or stand in a certain, those are all little rituals that they continue to do to this day, because it's such a precise science, rocket science, that if the slightest miscalculation happens, that thing's going to blow up. People's lives are jeopardy, billions of dollars. So they want everything on their side, including perhaps whatever's up there.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got to look at, and again, it's less now, and I live in Los Angeles, which is it's a completely different environment and world than a lot of other places, but you drive down the street and you see churches. I mean, we were driving down the street and you have this beautiful church, and you realize that how much of the population does have a belief. They have a faith in a supernatural presence and a being and something like that. I think that it's ingrained in us. It's indoctrinated from the very beginning of us being children. Ritual, belief in something that we cannot see. It's fascinating to me.
Well, let's stop talking about the stuff we cannot see. Yeah. And a great segue into something that you saw. Now, you started telling me about this prior to the podcast, and I said, save it for the pod. I want to hear it. I want to hear it live.
So I really do want to see something, and that's been my thing. I want to see some apparition. I want to see... I just want even though I can read these things and I can conceptualize them, I want that moment. I want that. I say that now until something appears and I have an apparition and I crap my pants.
Crap your pants.
I crap my pants. I had one moment, and I'm hearing all your stories on your thing, and I was like, what have I had? Then there is one. It's pretty... it was 4th of July weekend. I went to Kansas, where my family is from, and I brought my son. I think he's 4 or 5 at this time. And we are out letting fireworks off, which are illegal in Kansas, in the driveway of my parents' house. And above us, way above where the fireworks are going off, there is lights. I can't say they were in a triangle fashion, but they were definitely in a formation. And it's 4th of July, so of course I go to it's fireworks, it's something. And then I didn't say anything, and then I see my dad say, "Do you see that?" My dad's military; he was Army, and he goes, "Do you see that?" I was like, "Yeah, I see it." And I pull my phone out and I aim my phone up at it, and it's not moving. And so my first thought was it could be like a military performance, it could be skydivers, it could be flares. It's not moving.
What color were they?
White.
Okay.
They were orb-like, but they were way above where the fireworks were. So again, I went to, is it a planetary thing? Is it a star cluster? And I have an app on my phone that you can like aim it up at the sky and see what it is. Nothing like that. But I'm still convinced. It's 4th of July. It didn't cross my mind at this point that it could be something else. So we keep letting the fireworks off, and this thing isn't moving. It's there. And then I see, which I perceive it, that it goes from left to right, and I pull my phone out again and I start filming. Now I'm trying to zoom in, so I'm using the optical zoom on my phone. And it moves. It moves very fast, and it moves in a way that it should not have moved. My dad runs inside to get my mom. And I remember, "Nancy, get out here, get out here." And now my son's looking up and he's pointing, and I'm filming it, and it's gone. In my view of the phone, it just flies off. I take it down and I'm showing my mom, and it's on my phone. I'm showing it to her, and I'm like, "Look at this," and I'm zooming in on the phone. So I'd already zoomed in on the phone. Now I'm trying to zoom in again. And now you're getting a little more clarity of it. The neighbors come over, and we try to show it to them again. As I pull my phone out, it deletes right then and there.
No way.
Gone. And it to me seems so weird because it wasn't like I didn't hit the delete button on the phone. And also, there's recently deleted. So if something deletes, it should be in the recently deleted folders.
Sure.
The recently deleted folder's gone. So all the photos that I deleted throughout the last couple of days, just pictures of whatever, they're gone. So it was like the video did not even exist. And it happened so rapidly, too. It was just the one thing that I was like, that was one that I can't explain.
Whoa.
It was so... and it happened right then and there. And it wasn't like my finger went over and hit the delete, but I would have to go into recently deleted to delete that as well. And then, when I told that story again, someone was like, "Oh, you're stupid. Like, how could that happen?" And then I started realizing today, my son got in trouble at school. He's in summer school and he got in trouble. I disabled his iPad from my phone in here.
That's right.
Yeah, I disabled his iPad. And think about it. If there are NHI and there are things in our sky, how easy would it be for them to just hit a button? The same way that I turned my kid's iPad off and disabled it. He can't even turn it on. I have it so I can turn his iPad off. So I just started thinking now, like, how crazy really is it to believe that they could delete photos or make them blurry or whatever it is that they're doing? In the moment, I tried to rationalize it. I was like, well, maybe my phone ran out of storage, maybe whatever. But now, hearing and reading a lot of these other books, I mean, I'm sure they have the technology.
It's not that surprising.
It's not that surprising. Now, do they give a flying fuck? I apologize. You can beat that out. I can't imagine them actually going into my Verizon settings in my 5G and going in there and turning it off. But it's that idea, that thinking, how my thinking has changed about advancements. Like 20 years ago, 10 years ago, I couldn't have turned my son's iPad off. I can now.
Yeah.
So what are they capable of?
And who's to say that that's they at all?
It could be the military.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's where my head goes.
I know.
That was close to a military base as well?
Well, there's a lot in Kansas.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's what I always think as well, is that so many times, I mean, how much was a stealth bomber misthought of as UFO?
Oh, not even just a stealth bomber. We had John Ramirez on here, and he was talking about, some of the early flights they did with the U-2 and like all sorts of but they were all painted silver because back then you didn't have a night vision camera or anything like that. So you didn't have infrared. So they would have to be visible. So they made them, they're weird shapes. They're silver. I mean, people would call these things all the time. They would call them in and be like, "Hey, Air Force, we got UFOs here." And then the CIA sent people to their houses, not to tell them they saw something they didn't, just to intel collection. What do you think it was?
What is it?
Exactly.
Well, I have an interesting story. So I was shooting in a place called Al Ula in Saudi Arabia, and it's the most remote place I've ever been. And it was a really cool moment where it's this desert, and as far as you can see, it's just sand and rock. And the guide that was taking us around he stops me, and he goes, "What do you see?" And I said, "Sand." And he goes, "What don't you see?" And I looked around, and he goes, "Look at the ground. What don't you see?" And then I realized, he goes, "Look behind you." And there was footprints. And I looked in front. And I goes, "I don't see footprints." And he says, "In this desert, when you step on the sand here, it'll stay here for decades because the no rain, the no wind. So your footprints will stay there. So if we were to go back now, you would see our footprints from where we walked. And so I'm looking at this beautiful, vast desert that had not been walked in for so long. And in this shoot, we had drones, and we sent the drones up, and we were going to get this huge picturesque shot. And as they go up there, they fall out of the sky. One falls, the next one falls. And we found out later that one of the royal family was flying in, and they have something to knock drones out of the sky.
Whoa!
And, you think about that, like 10 years ago, that would have been an alien to me. I would have been like, and now, no, it wasn't. It was they knocked him out of the sky.
Whoa.
So I think that so much of what we do see could be that. But that thing on 4th of July, which was just, more than anything, I thought, I'm an ant. Why would they care about what was on my phone? But it did happen, and it was one of those things that I can't.
I was going to ask you. I was like, "Can we see it?" And then...
I know. It's but it happened right then and there too. Like we're standing around the phone, so it was a crazy situation.
That's a cool moment, but that's a cool micro confirmation, of, hey, I really want to see something. They're like, okay, but here's the caveat: you don't get to keep what you see. You can see it without your phone.
Well, I mean, like everyone else, I would get frustrated. I told you the first book that I read is my first adult book was Communion. I agree. Like I'm on Reddit all the time, and why are they blurry? Why are they out of focus? Why is this? As a filmmaker, we have HD cameras on us all the time, but then you realize if they are as advanced as I am with my son, then I could stop anything.
Not to mention gravitational distortion potentially, and not to mention if there is some type of adjustment bureau type deal happening in this sphere, that like anything of consequence will get snuffed out anyways. Now that's fringe theory, but I mean it's not off the table.
Well, as a filmmaker, I have to ask you, what are the movies that you watch, whether UFO, alien, that have affected you the most?
That have affected me the most. Interesting. I mean, initially Fire in the Sky.
Yeah, the abduction scene in that gave me nightmares as a kid. I mean, that is one of the most horrific 15 minutes of filmmaking. I mean, that it's even now it's hard to watch.
Yeah, it was tough because unlike any other horror movie that I had seen, and I'd seen quite a few. I was 9 years old, but I had an older brother, right? So I remember watching Leprechaun, which I know you're a fan of.
Yeah.
Sore spot.
Let's not talk about that.
Yeah.
I wanted to remake Leprechaun for years, and I was kicked off that movie.
So I remember watching Leprechaun. I remember watching Event Horizon, like at a young age.
Yeah.
Dude, it's a wild one. And talking about interdimensional hell, But Fire in the Sky, what was so interesting and unique about it was that there was never an explanation given for any of it, right? And that didn't sit well with me as a child. I watched this based on a true story. First of all, an adult telling me that aliens are real. Okay. And I'm seeing this, and all the while I'm waiting for someone to tell me why. Right? I'm waiting for someone to say, "Oh, that was just," or they wanted this, or for the aliens to have a conversation among themselves that we could listen in on. Nothing. We were given nothing. They were just shoving stuff in his mouth and like opening his eyes and doing all these weird things to him, and then dropping him off and leaving. And guess what? We never see him again. I'm like, what do you mean we never see him again? They don't come back? They don't tell us what? No, we never see him again.
Well, I think that probably is life. There's no resolution or explanation that we're ever going to get that's going to satisfy us.
But that's what sent me on the quest.
And I had the same feeling. That movie unnerved me, and literally so did Communion. Maybe it was Christopher Walken's face that just scared me, but I mean...
That guy's NHI for sure.
I know. As a kid growing up and trying to wrap my head around this thing, that there is something that could come in your house in the middle of the night and paralyze you, and you can't do anything about it. It terrifies me.
Damn.
I remember Poltergeist too was another one when I was a kid.
But let's be honest, that Killer Clowns from Outer Space might be the best of them all. I have a fun... the same... This ties back into 11/11.
Oops.
The editor,
No.
his name was Martin, who was the assistant editor on the show.
Why do we accidentally...
Is it
do emotes?
Okay.
No, stop.
No, here's the story.
No, stop.
It's not that. So I said, you got to tell me the Stanley Kubrick story. And he goes, okay, I got one. He was also an assistant on Dr. Strangelove. And he said that one day, and this is in the day where you could have cell phones. There was a landline phone, and it would ring. And he said that the phone would ring, and he was never supposed to answer the phone. And he said the phone kept ringing and ringing and ringing. And he finally picked up, and they asked for Mr. Kubrick.
What did he
and
say?
It was someone at the Pentagon. And he put him on hold and said, Mr. Kubrick, it's so-and-so at the Pentagon. Stanley gets really frustrated.
God.
He takes a breath. He picks up the phone. He waits for them to say something, and he hangs up the phone and takes it off the hook. And I'm like, what did that mean?
I didn't have a fucking chance.
He would not talk about it. He wouldn't address it. He believes what it was Dr. Strangelove dealt with, the war room and dropping bombs, that there was I don't know if it was an agency or whatever. When you had movies that dealt with that, you had to show them. There was basically a protocol that they had to watch it to make sure that...
it's like a Dopster.
Yeah, but I would like to believe it was about the movie.
I would too.
But he didn't confirm that. He just said, no, he hung up the phone on them and took it off the hook.
Well, there was that scene in E.T. where they replaced all of the guns
with walkie-talkies.
With walkie-talkies. And there's also Flight of the Navigator, which is great, by the way. And what a prophetic movie in terms of technology.
Yeah, like, shut up, kid.
Yeah, and that was filmed on the at the Kennedy Launch Center there. That was real NASA stuff that was being shown. So that hangar where they had it in was an actual NASA hangar, right? And so when they filmed it there and they got the okay to film it there, it had to go through a bunch of screening where they were like, wait, is this too close to home?
Yeah, I always wonder this. I'm fascinated with conspiracy theories, but so much of it is a conspiracy. There's nothing behind it.
I'm dead.
I've read a lot of websites and gone down rabbit holes about Hollywood being controlled by the CIA, or people that are putting imagery. I put tons of occult imagery in my movies. Tons. They're hidden in the background. I go out of my way to do things that I want people to find that most people don't find. No one's telling me to do it. It's just something because I'm fascinated by it. There's no one whispering in my ear. I do wonder on some of these movies, like you always hear about, like Steven Spielberg on E.T. Was Jacques Vallée or Close Encounters of the Third Kind, was he whispering in his ear, you need to do this, you need to do this? I often wonder that.
He had like skunk work boxes. Like during the taping of that, he had that hand scanner, which
Bob Lazar, right?
Like so many little things that are like you said. I believe that as well. I have my own belief about Spielberg, but I do believe that he is a fan of the UFO stuff.
Yeah.
And if you're a fan like you are,
that's just it. I go out of my way to put it in there and give production designers things to do.
That's right.
So I think so much of it is that, like, if you have an interest, you will put Easter eggs in your thing, and then 20 years from now, I'll be a CIA shill because, look, he's got this, this, and this. In reality, I'm geeky and I love that stuff.
That makes sense to me too.
But I do wonder how much of it is there that other side. Like what was that called from Stanley Kubrick? Was, I don't know.
I have this theory about Steven Spielberg.
I want to hear it.
That I hold dear, and I really want it to be true. Okay, we got this guy who's the most prevalent movie director of our time.
Beside Darren Bousman in 11-11-11.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Close second.
Yeah.
But, we have Spielberg, who's made like the most iconic movies in regards to especially extraterrestrials. He even put out that Encounters show that I guess he produced or something.
Yeah,
I'm dead.
Yeah, War of the Worlds, E.T., Close Encounters.
Got a new one coming out?
Yep. Yeah, Disclosure. So that's where I'm getting to. What if Steven Spielberg was tasked with Disclosure? So get this. From early on, Steven Spielberg doesn't give a lot of interviews, by the way, about this stuff. And when he does, he's pretty standoffish. And he's like, yeah, I'd love to see one day. Never saw one. And he's but he doesn't really lean into it at all. And he's hard to pin down.
Yeah.
What if he was told early on, like, hey man, you're gonna be the soft drip, all right? We're gonna give you all these amazing $1 million contracts, and you're gonna slowly start putting together these narratives of these beings being benevolent, like E.T., these narratives like this, like that's exchange program, like Serpo, like all of these little narratives over time. The payoff.
Oh boy, cheap followers on Twitch.
But you gotta shut up about it, all right? So, come 2025, we hear about this movie that he's directing called The Dish, right? which is like a flying saucer thing. We're like, oh, cool, the dish, right? Then it gets changed into disclosure.
It is the actual disclosure, is what you're thinking.
What if you're in theaters watching this and you get one of those, just like I saw when I watched Fire in the Sky, this movie is based on a true story. What if you get this movie features an actual UFO? And even the actors don't know that they're inside one. They think it's a prop. Or it's just footage, whatever. But Americans get disclosure while eating popcorn, while simultaneously the biggest box office hit of all time.
I do believe that if this is all real, which I believe it is, that there is NHI and all of this.
Fuck. I took a dragon to the face.
Since childhood, since birth. E.T. was probably the first
Reaper took out 3 of them. If the rest of the team can't clean up.
All of these other alien films where they are portrayed every number of ways, good, bad, nefarious, helpful. And then I'm watching the Skinwalker Ranch show every week. And it's just like more and more things are connecting. And it's going to make that ontological shock, I think, easier for everyone to take. Because
that's crazy, son.
If you ask my 5-year-old daughter what this image is, she would say that's a gray alien. How does my 5-year-old daughter, I don't put that around her. I'm not showing her alien pictures.
Yeah.
But it is ingrained in the cartoons she watches. And I think that, it is, I buy that theory 100%.
Because I don't think... Thing is, I think about my reaction, I wouldn't be mad.
No.
I'd be like, great move, America. That's sick. And just to corroborate this little thing a little bit with some anecdotal evidence, when he changed it to disclosure, Anna Paulina Luna, the congresswoman, and I think Burleson both retweeted him saying, things are about to get interesting. They both retweeted that. Dude.
I mean, he would be... I think what's great about him doing it... So we're just going to go on this for a minute. It's him.
Okay.
He is revered. He is iconic. And he is beloved. And I think that it's not like you have, some hack guy that made 11/11/11 doing it. Or, some subversive filmmakers. He's beloved.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that would make a lot of sense.
The other side of this coin, which is probably the reality that we're living in. Good luck Googling Disclosure 2026.
Yeah, you're just going to get Spielberg. You're not going to get the,
It's the same thing that happened to Men in Black.
The movie.
Yeah. Good luck Googling Men in Black and not seeing Will Smith's face.
I do have to think, though, I mean, do you watch the Skinwalker documentary or the TV series?
I stopped, but I was pretty caught up with it.
I do look at things like that, which, again, is entertainment. I get it. It's completely entertainment. But there's so much that they are now doing, it's ramping up, that if I would wonder if it was real, why isn't it being shut down? If it's not real, why? You have to be caught up on it, but it's crazy how quickly it's mirroring what you're hearing in the congressional oversight committees, how quickly it is. And so what if it is this multifaceted thing where all of these people are doing it, from music to TV to movies? I would completely buy that. That would be the way to, I think, walk people through this, handhold them through it.
And what if it isn't humans that are controlling that? What if it's actually the NHI? There's this story. We talked about L. Ron Hubbard before.
Yeah.
You watched that episode with Danny Sheehan?
Yeah, of course.
So what Danny says that he was offered a job, representing L. Ron Hubbard. And he said, I want to see the 3 most classified files that you guys have. And 2 of them revolved around remote viewing. One of them, namely, was Pat Price, where he put on this helmet in southern Ontario and controlled an entire town to file their taxes all simultaneously into this little mail spot, like in the town or whatever. Like 70% of the people did that. So it was an experiment to show kind of like, oh, you can use this psychic ability to control minds, right? I don't know whether that's true or not, but that was the file apparently that Danny Sheehan was shown. Now, if we can do that, what can they do, right? And you hear about stories where people just, I was flushed with, I felt so good in its presence, and I wanted to go along, and my memory was gone.
Barber said that when his thing with the the egg,
Yeah.
right? That he just felt this overwhelming sense of peace and blah blah blah.
That was with the 8-gon thing, that he got.
Yeah.
But you know who else said that? Dan Burrish. He said when you looked into the eyes of the J-Rod, the alien that he was tasked at taking these biological samples from, when you looked into its eyes, he said you would fall into its eyes. And when that happened, they were trained not to fall into its eyes, by the way. He had briefing prior explaining, careful, because what happens after that is they start flooding you with endorphins to make you feel good. And so you have to fight that. So he said when the J-Rod started realizing that he was resisting to this flooding of endorphins, the J-Rod would let go. But he said the consequence of that was being terrified in the presence of this thing.
Yeah.
And he said that's what they do. He said the rogue ones, that's what they do when they abduct you in your bedroom at night. They flood you with endorphins so that you feel like it's this benevolent angel. And you forget that it's, so man, I was like, whoa, it's so dark and twisted and wild. But if you can do that, you can do a lot more.
It's fascinating. And I keep finding connections that it's just like you see that classic meme of like someone has a bulletin boards with a million strings everywhere. That's me in my head right now with everything, because like I recently got a script about the Book of Enoch, and reconceptualizing that book, which is literally about the angels that fell to earth, the Watchers, as aliens, reconceptualizing all that. There's so many connections, and when you look at mistranslations of words that we thought meant one thing actually meant something else, all of these dots just to connect. And it feels like it's this endless black hole that we're never going to get an answer. And I hope it is Spielberg in 2026 with this movie.
You're on board with my conspiracy theory now.
I want that. I want that to happen.
Same here.
I'm going to use all of the magic and occult intention to make that happen, because that would be awesome.
I have the same feeling. I'm like, this is the one I hold dear. I'm like, please just let this one be true.
It's building to something. I mean, like I said, you cannot open the news now without seeing something in there that's NHI or UAP. It's building.
Yeah. If you were to rate your top 5 UFO/alien movies in no particular order, what would those be? Who would make the top 5?
Oh, it's so hard. I mean, I definitely... Communion has such a huge part for me because of the book, then going straight into the movie. Fire in the Sky, obviously. Close Encounters, because I liked how it didn't take a fear-based approach.
Yep.
It was more mental and this guy's family dynamic.
E.T.?
Yeah, but...
Not so much.
I'm trying to ones that actually stay. E.T. in a different way, because E.T. was something that I share with my kids, and so I'm trying to think. I mean, I would absolutely call Event Horizon one, because I mean, you're dealing with insanity and hell on a ship, so to me it's there.
Interdimensional.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of some more obscure ones that maybe people haven't seen.
Arrival for me is up there.
Arrival is great.
Dennis.
And I think what I like about Arrival was, I think we're so used to what aliens look like, that they are these either Nordics or they are the Greys, and you have these squid-like creatures in that thing, which I thought was fantastic. And also, he did such a unique approach, because again, it wasn't the classic someone being hunted or haunted by an alien. So that, I'm going to add that. Thank you. Not only the score and the sound, but just the way that the aliens were unlike anything that I've ever seen.
It was ominous, too.
Another one that I really liked was the one with Natalie Portman. I'll think of the name in a second. It's based on a book. I'm blanking out right now. I'll think of the name in a second of it. But it's like she goes to... It's like an alien planet, basically. It's just like ours. I'll think of it in a second. But it was... I remember seeing it in a theater, and it just unnerved me and made me uncomfortable. I'll come back to that. I don't know, and I think that I'm also become desensitized now a little bit, because, I look around and I see all your books, and in the same way that I feel if I could take back my first 8 films on anything occult-based, I would, because it was just me pretending to act like I knew what I was talking about. I didn't. Now that I've read some of these alien stories, they are so much more horrific and scary and beautiful than any of the movies. I think so much it's a fear-based thing. and there's so much more to them than that now. So I'm trying to think of some of the obscure ones that I've seen. So I'm going to come back. I'll answer that maybe off air, and you can put it on the screen. Darren thought about it against this.
I'm Flight of Navigators made that list for me because that was like a big event for me as a kid.
I actually, you know what, I wrote down on here. I'm going to go see where my movies were, because I actually put down some of the, to see if you'd seen some of these. So the ones that I wrote down were Close Encounters, The Phenomenon, which is a documentary.
Yep.
The Fourth Kind, and it's not that it's it's a mockumentary, but I saw it really late at night, and I didn't know until like 10 or 15 minutes in it was not real, and I just those always unnerve me.
Yeah, found footage type stuff.
I mean, The Arrival, which I do have on here. I have more occult movies than I have UFO movies, but those are what's so your all-time favorite would be Flight of the Navigator?
No, all-time favorite, I would say it might be Arrival. I've seen it a bunch of times, and every time I watch it, I get something new from it. It borrows from certain themes as well. If you Childhood's End, right?
My fucking eye was twitching. Now it feels a bit better. Just massage in the face. A little bit, I guess.
You'll put it up on your pop-up, like I'm going to put my Natalie Portman movie up on the pop-up.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna wash
End,
my face now that I've had my hands all over
the aliens just show up and they wait, and then everybody gets all hectic and like,
myself a drink. Let me see.
There's this whole waiting period. I think that's how it would happen. I think if they were to show up, right? It wouldn't be show up.
I'm gonna wash my glasses off real fast. I'm gonna
take this in for a second.
Famous, I think it's called
leave this on,
which is the famous. And again, if it's either Twilight Zone or it's Twilight Zone, where
fucking love the Twilight Zone. All right, I'm gonna put the BRBs on if I can see. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. And we're back. Now we're back. Bam.
The whole it's a great premise. These two aliens are
Arthur C.
overlooking.
Clarke. Sorry.
What was that?
Arthur C. Clarke.
What the aliens do at Maple Street?
Childhood
okay.
Dead, yeah.
Well, this one is these two aliens overlooking a neighborhood, and they let this suburban thing destroy themselves. Like, we don't have to do anything. Just wait, watch. And the panic that ensues, they do everything. And I think that it is right.
I forgot he was
to me,
talking about the
scariest
Twilight
movies are
Zone.
the ones that are most subtle, that are not in your face. And maybe that's why Fire in the Sky is so upsetting, is because it's a small community, and it's almost as much about the community turning on him and not believing him than it is the aliens and what they did. And I think that, to me, that's scarier. Because there's that great scene in that M. Night Shyamalan film that everyone remembers, where the alien
Fucking
comes by the
love
window,
Signs.
in the background, and they're looking, and that little thing terrified me because it was subtle. It wasn't in your face. It wasn't
on video. It was
on video. That's right, on video.
It
It was on video, but they were looking through a window, filming it, and it was. To me, I think that's scarier because it is so subtle, and I think that they will come like a thief in the night. It's not going to be this big spectacle thing that we're expecting. And I think that, to me, is terrifying.
Do you ever see The Vast of Night? You got it there?
Well, I want to go back here to my UFO thing, just so you know I'm not look at number fourth one down.
Oh, yeah.
Vast of Night. Yeah.
I loved that one. That was a directorial debut by the director. I forget his name.
I don't know that
was
one.
his first movie.
Yeah.
He did some really interesting cinematic things in there. You know, a lot of one shot.
Yeah.
Those were shot on gas-powered go-karts.
That's so crazy.
Because they were like going super fast. And I loved the whole movie because it was based in this sort of mid-century time where like TVs weren't really a thing yet, but shows were still really prevalent. And the audio of that, creating that tone of these aliens arriving through phone calls, through these weird anomalous sounds, through the power going out. And then at one point there's this scene in the car where they're driving and they're playing a recording of this lady who had a run-in with these extraterrestrials. And she starts speaking in tongues almost or something. And the driver and the passenger just start going like this.
Yeah,
and their heads go back, and you're like, whoa, what is this?
Well, I think that we can't comprehend the idea of aliens themselves. You're left with things like Mars attacks or something that's bigger than life, but we understand human and how humans will react. And I think that the ones that I gravitate to are the more human stories. I mean, even Communion, I'm not talking about the book right now, but the movie, it's through the eyes of in this case, Christopher Walken in the Fire in the Sky. It's through his eyes. And I think that it's more terrifying because you understand that, you can comprehend it. The same thing with Vast of Night. It's what you don't see. It's why Spielberg, I think, is a amazing. Like, go back to Jaws. How often do you really see the shark? You don't, but you see how it affects everyone in the town and the community. I'm more scared about how we react when aliens come than I am what the aliens are actually going to do.
Yeah.
The chaos, the riots, the looting, the utter fear is, I think, more worrisome than whatever the ships bring in.
Well, that might be the reason it hasn't happened yet.
I mean, it could be. That is... I'm trying to think, because there's so many obscure alien films that I know I'm leaving off this list.
And there's a bunch of older ones, too.
Well, I mean, like The Day the Earth Stood Still, I remember it was something they showed in film school, which, again, I mean, now and it's kind of ridiculous with how far we've come, but just that idea terrifies me. But I also love documentaries. I mean, all of James Fox's stuff I find fascinating. And I'm excited to see, I know you saw the documentary at South by.
Yeah. Age of Disclosure.
Yeah. I get really, now, the older I get, more wrapped up in documentaries.
It's I liked it for people for the uninitiated, I would say. It is a great sort of initiation by credible, I think 34 people were interviewed, right, that had firsthand knowledge of some type of program or some type of experience within like military,
right,
surroundings. For me, however, like that's gonna hit home with a lot of people who are on the fence. I know that.
Right.
For me, I'd much more gravitate towards something like Moment of Contact.
Yeah.
Where it's about, people in a town
Yeah.
Who these people have no real agenda. Coming on camera to them makes their life worse, not better.
I just read a huge kind of book on Heaven's Gate, or the Hale-Bopp comet. It goes back to the idea of going full circle of cult and the believability. So many cults have this tie-in to something celestial, and what they will do for that belief system. In that case, these people all killed themselves for this belief of a UFO trailing a comet, that they could do this and end up there.
What year was that? 98?
Yeah, I don't remember when it was, but if you go back and watch,
I think I was in high school when that happened.
The videos of a D, and I forgot what his name was on it, what he called himself. It's terrifying. And again, it goes back to belief. It goes back to faith, what they believed in, what they allowed themselves to believe in, and what they would do for their belief and their faith.
It's like a Rael.
Yeah, it's to me, it's terrifying. And the more I experiment in my own faith, it's crazy when you go down that rabbit hole. But for those that don't know, I mean, the Hale-Bopp thing or the Heaven's Gate cult thing is pretty horrific.
Yeah, I mean, it's akin to like the Jonestown stuff. People drinking Kool-Aid, pretty much. Pretty insane stuff. But yeah, that idea of ascending to something higher, some higher purpose, and I mean, I can't even imagine.
Unless they're all the correct ones and we're not. Like maybe they are on the back of that comment somewhere. And
I don't think
they're laughing at us right now.
I think if that's the case, we'll all end up on the comment eventually.
I just want now I'm fascinated with your Spielberg thing. I want that to happen. That's his fourth movie, I guess, right? E.T., Close Encounters of the Third Kind, War of the Worlds. This will be his fourth.
Yeah, and he did the Encounters thing.
He did the the show. Yeah,
the show. Yeah, and this, I mean, you have to expect this. He's getting up there as well. You'd have to expect this to, like, is this the magnum opus? Is this...
I was hoping that when Jimmy Carter, before he passed, he was going to drop some deathbed confession about what he knew and what he heard. Because you've heard the story about him, like, hearing all that information. I keep waiting. I keep waiting for that person to do the deathbed confession.
Deathbed stuff is the most compelling stuff.
I agree.
Yeah.
There's
an Oscar Wolf guy who, talked about S4 and meeting that alien at S4.
Yeah, was that the one that was just on? I just listened to the American Alchemist one where the guy was about to die.
Danny Sheehan talked about it, but originally he was interviewed, I think, by Richard Dolan, and Jeremy Corbell actually was filming that interview where you see that guy in the video, the guy talking about it.
Yeah, it's going to happen soon. I mean, everyone's saying that date 2027. I don't know about that, but maybe Spielberg has himself 2 years to get this movie out before.
Well, is it 2026 he's putting it out?
I think so, but that gets us ready for 2027 when the actual thing arrives.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, way too suspicious to change it from The Dish or whatever to Disclosure.
Yeah.
What a terrible name for a movie. I'm sorry. Not a great name.
I just don't know any other time that it has been this prevalent and this accepted, where I remember talking about UFOs at Christmas dinner 10 years ago, and my mom would be like, stop, don't talk about it. Now, it's on C-SPAN.
Yeah.
That you're watching. I don't know when else is entertainment that I've sat down and watched a joint oversight committee, talking and whatever. I mean, I sat there and watched it if it was the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The world has changed rapidly and is changing quicker, and I think AI is just going to push it further. It gets harder and harder to hide things.
But you had briefings like that happen post, 1952, and
seeing
the flap
some
that happened over
lag.
Washington.
What the fuck is
going
on now?
A general or whatever on TV talking about, we don't know what these things are. They're not ours. You know what I mean? So it feels like history a little bit, to a certain extent, is repeating itself over and over again. It does seem like we're getting closer, but the one thing that is coming more and more clear for me is that disclosure is not going to come in the form of like some redacted document, and it's not going to come from any figurehead telling you, whether a president or whether anyone else. It'll come from a personal belief system. If I told you, oh, I have irrefutable proof of Jesus Christ, will that make you believe in Jesus? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think that you just hit it, is that it took me wanting to know sleight of hand to go down the rabbit hole, to accept books that I never thought I would read and go down rabbit holes I never thought I'd go down, because I found it was a way that I understood it, and it was a way that worked for me. And I think that I still sound like a crazy person when I talk to my wife about it or anything like that, because you're trying to conceptualize volumes of books in a 2-minute conversation before their eyes glaze over, and you're trying to get those bullet points out. It made sense to me. I think that every person's going to come to it on their own accord of what makes sense to them.
Yeah.
But, you know, it challenged my belief system. It all started with double lifts and carts. And I was like, how do they do that? And now here we are years later, and I am, you know, probably spent my kids' college fund on esoteric texts and, you know, ritualistic documentation, all for the same reason. I want to understand why people believe this, why they think it, and how it works. But it will be unique and individual for everyone. At least right now it will be
until Spielberg puts out his movie.
Until there's a UFO on the lawn. Yeah.
On the lawn of the White House.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm going to go start. We got some questions here coming in from the members. So if you're a member for $5 a month, you can become a member of the Area 52 team, basically become an intern, and you have access to so many different things.
Put my
Oh, look at this guy. He's a real member.
Yeah.
So you guys can check that out. And with the membership, you get all sorts of cool stuff, but namely, you get to ask.
What the fuck?
You ask your guest a question. Give me a second to go turn that on.
My mom told me a cool story. My mom was, I found out recently my mom had a secret, she had a top secret clearance. She never told me until she was in her mid-70s. She worked at I'm telling you this, and you shouldn't put this on.
Okay, got it.
She was a secretary, and she had to get clearance, and it took 6 months of interviews with her neighbors, her parents. She said that every time that she would leave work, she would have to take the typewriter ribbon out of the typewriter and send it into a bank tube that went up. And she said one day after 3 months of working there, she got called into an office, and she said there was like 6 men there, and she's never seen them before. They had their arms crossed, and they had like 6 typewriter ribbons out, and they made her sit down, and they said, what were you tasked to do here? And her job was to take dictations, type the dictations out, or handwritten letters and type them out, and then send them to the person. She was correcting the grammar in the shit, and so she was correcting the misspellings in grammar. That was code. And so by correcting the grammar, they thought that she was fucking blah blah blah, but they were looking at the typewriter ribbon thing.
Whoa.
And I just found this out about my mom recently. I had no idea. It was a military weapons thing.
Cool.
But it's so crazy. The mom.
That's good. You don't want to leave that in?
Fuck it. You can say it. Mom, sorry. I think you're fine though.
Damn.
I couldn't resist.
No, I don't want to play a game. I would be the first one to die in a Saw movie. I am terrified of blood and violence.
I had to. All right.
Yeah. There will be no blood sacrifices for me.
All right, first question here from the members.
What is your most prized occult piece in your collection by Hex?
My most prized piece of my collection, I have I don't know, I guess you would call it like lecture notes of a secret society and their meeting notes from 1928 that is the basis of the world that I built called the Tension Experience. The Tension Experience is the immersive theater show. And
damn, it's a shotgun.
It's a very simple premise. The show is about a family is trying to pull their daughter out of a cult, and you as an audience member are going into a compound to get her out. But I wanted to populate it with real belief and real thought in what this organization believed in. And I was at a flea market, and I found a folder. And in this folder, there was
hell is that thing?
It's not that it's so old that it should be doing this, but it crumbles when you touch it. So the paper is very cheap, and it crumbles. I used the art, I used the diagrams, and I used about 80% of the text to base all of the Tension Experience and the sequels that I made on that.
What was it called?
Brotherhood of, I'm trying to remember the last name. Because now it's framed on a wall, so I should know the name of it. I don't, because I'm scared of breaking it. But it was Diane Fortune, who is a famous occultist. It was one of her lecture series, and they formed like it formed its own like offshoot. She wrote, there's a bunch of books. One of them is Practical Occultism, Sane Occultism, but and it almost looks like something from a Freemasonry lodge or a magician's lecture notes. You know, when like olden days magicians do lecture notes. So it was individual pamphlets. I think that to me, just because it was such an important thing for me in my narrative to be able to try for my first time to say I'm not going to do the Hollywood bastardization of what I had been about, it's the devil and it's black magic, and it wasn't like that. It was more philosophical and internal than it was outward and like ridiculous. So I would say that by far is probably the coolest thing I have.
That's awesome. Great question, Hex. All right.
Uh-oh. Phenomenal question by Gina here coming up. Gina's got heater questions. Love this question. Do you think disclosure would kill horror or feed it?
It's a great question, Gina. There was a thing done recently about the pandemic, and it was conducted, I want to say it was University of Chicago. They realized that people that were fans of horror had a much easier time dealing with the pandemic than people that were not. And the reason why is because as a horror fan, you immerse yourself in the macabre and the horrible. Zombies attacking a cabin, aliens coming down, and you live through that horror. And I think that, to me, the horror audience is probably the most grounded, rational group of people, because they live out their fantasies on screen and then they're done with them. But if you look at trends of horror, I think every time that there is a world war, every time that there is a great tragedy, there is an influx of horror, because it allows us to work out our anxiety, our fears, our paranoias on the screen. So I don't think it would kill horror. I think that it would feed it and it would fuel it. But I would think if there was, at least for me, if disclosure happened, I would probably, I don't know if I'd make it in the horror film. I'd be so fascinated I'd go down that rabbit hole like I did in 11/11 and lose my mind again. And I think that, but no, I don't think anyone's ever going to kill horror.
It's a great question.
That's a really good question.
Yeah. I love that too, that the idea that it would feed it more in order for us to cope
with it, to understand it, to work through our own trauma. And that's what horror is so great at.
Love that. All right, Tess.
We got a question from Tess here. Great question again, Tess. This is awesome. You guys came in with clutch questions this week. What are the most efficient psychological tactics you've utilized to manufacture fear?
These are all great questions. Tess, to answer your question, I'm going to go back to my immersive stuff, because I think for me, as I've gotten older, it's much harder for me to scare someone in a movie screen, because you're sitting in an AMC theater, right? Or a Cinemark or a Scotiabank. There's popcorn, there's sodas, you're watching actors. So to me, it's harder for me to suspend disbelief. So for me, it is breaking the fourth wall and becoming meta. And what that means is we were talking about War of the Worlds earlier, and when you can get with someone and have them question, is this real? Is this a hoax? Is this an UMO hoax, or is it real? Inserting the idea that maybe I'm an unreliable narrator and some of this could be real is, to me, the way that I found to affect people the most. And how I use it with theater is, imagine you're going to go to a haunted house, and you know that in this haunted house there's a demented nurse, and you get in the haunted house and you're chased around with the demented nurse, and she's got a syringe in her hand, and you might get scared because she's chasing you. But imagine if she hit you with the syringe and then she stopped and she called the safe word and all the lights of the haunted house came on, and all of a sudden a stage manager comes out with a microphone and he says, "Can I see your arm, please? You need to come with me." And you're taken backstage and they're looking at your arm, and next thing an ambulance shows up, and next thing they're giving you a saline bag. That is the stuff we do. We take your idea of what you're going into. I'm going into a haunted house with a nurse, and we break the fourth wall and say that was not supposed to happen. You've just been hit with something you should not have been hit with. So we do things of breaking the fourth wall and becoming meta. And when you do that, you begin to make people question, is this part of it? Is this? And there's a great Clive Barker book. Clive Barker wrote Hellbound Heart. A lot of people know it as Hellraiser. But he wrote a book called Mr. Begone, and it's really good. It's taken from the standpoint of a demon. And that book is written to you almost like there's a monster at the end of this book. the demon starts talking to you, the reader. So on chapter 1, it might say, "You think you're so clever reading this book, I will come to you later." On chapter 3, it says, "Last night did you hear me? I was the one in your wall, the one that you misrepresented as a mouse moving around. It was me." And so you're reading the book and it's talking to you. And I think to me that is so terrifying to me when I can't tell the difference between, is that supposed to happen or not? So I use that a lot now. It's becoming meta and breaking the fourth wall.
That's so great and terrifying. I'm just trying to imagine when you, as you were talking about the nurse chasing and the lights going on, I was like, yeah, no, dude, same. You go, wait, is this part of it? No, it couldn't be. They wouldn't go this far. And then all these other psychological filters.
Can I share one that I did?
Yeah,
that nurse one. That nurse one wasn't real, but I'll tell you what I did do. In the tension experience, I told you it's kind of this, and you are indoctrinated into a cult. And one of the things you have to do as your final act is you have to take this pill, blindly take a pill. And they're gel caps, there's nothing in them. But you're put into a room, and we break you apart from your group. There's only 2 or 3 of you in there. And they put a pill in front of you, and you're told you have to take it if you want to continue. And everyone takes it 100% of the time. Every 5th people that would come through every 5th group, you would hear, so they would take the pill, and then you would hear something outside the door, and there'd be screaming, and you would hear LAPD, LAPD, and all the lights would come on in the building, and then you would see flashlights going around, and the door would kick in, and it'd be LAPD officers. They would take the actor who just did that and put him on the ground. They would make you stand up, and they would shine a flashlight. Have you eaten or consumed anything? Did they give you anything to eat or drink? Yes. What did you took a pill? Listen, we have 3 people in here. They've been given the pill, and you would be taken outside where there were paramedics. Now, we did that, and in that moment, you saw there were actors, you saw call sheets up, you saw all of that, but you saw LAPD officers. That, to me, was one of the most impactful things because it didn't happen to everyone. It happened every 5th time. So that, to me, was something pretty exciting.
Dude, you're in the business of messing people up for life.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing is that I'm a filmmaker and I want to create emotions, and it's harder for me to create emotions when you know that you're watching a movie that is designed to scare you. I can gross you out very easy, but to really scare you, I got to get inside your head.
And that brings you back to magic a little bit too.
It's all magic. It's tricks.
Yes.
It is knowing the psychology of your audience.
That's right. Because if in a magic trick or even in a entertainment hypnotic sort of demonstration, if you didn't believe that I was able to hypnotize you, but then I hypnotized the person beside you who you knew,
I will.
That would make you be hypnotizable, so to speak. So you're also creating this idea like, oh my God, I just talked to that person and something's happening to them and they're actually convulsing or whatever that is, you know, like that's another layer of reality.
I have become a better filmmaker and storyteller since learning books on sleight of hand and understanding how tricks are conceived and done. I mean, I remember even going back into Thurston and the old magicians, realizing the psychology they would use to create that astonishment of an audience. I've just transferred into the filmmaking and theater that I do now.
And what lengths they would go through. It's there's what the old proverb that says a magician is just somebody who spends an unreasonable amount of time doing something. That's it. I often think of, to explain what magic is to people sometimes. Magic isn't only, because we talk about angles, right? Angles are a big part of magic, and knowing your angle. So if you're being surrounded, well,
not flashing or
but if you're a magician with enough under your belt, you can flash. Thing is, you might have to manufacture what it is you're flashing. By flashing, we mean like showing the method behind something, right? So if I'm aware that someone's behind me, I might do something where purposely they get to see something.
There's challenges.
But I'm now manipulating what it is they're seeing. So their explanation of what happened can be canceled out in the next performance.
You just hit on you brought this full circle.
Mirror
again.
Watch.
There's a magician named Mike Pashota. He performs the Magic Castle.
The Magic Castle.
Overwatch.
He has one of the greatest things where I gave you a horror version of what I did.
I got to play in a
group. The same idea, and it came from magic. He does a trick where he, I don't think if I'm revealing a magician's code, keep me out here. I don't think I am. He asks 3 people to come up with a card, and you do it together. So it's not like a magician's choice. He's actually saying, you give me a number, you give me a color, you give me a suit. And then he goes, I knew you were going to say that. And he pulls out a card from his pocket. And when he does it, he flashes, and he's got what's called a pocket index. And in that pocket index, it's every card. And he puts it down, and he's like, oh shit, I flashed.
He flashes the back of a bunch of cards.
Yeah, and he goes, I flashed, didn't I? And you're like, yeah. And he's like, that's all right. And he pulls out all the cards, and they're all the same card. So you thought he flashed, but he didn't. That was part of the thing, but your mind breaks at that point because you thought you saw something you shouldn't have seen.
That's right.
It's the same idea. He broke the fourth wall. He became meta with it by breaking the trick to say, did I just flash? And then he goes one step further, and your mind just breaks further.
And he was in control all along.
All the time. And that, to me, is the magic that I take now into the storytelling that I do and how I use psychology to fuck with an audience.
That's right. And that's the best magicians is what they do. Max Malini, you know, often he would, dude, the lengths that this guy went through, this is like 100 years ago, but he would invite people over. He would have like 20 people over for this feast, this beautiful feast, right? Like this big turkey dinner. And the turkey would be sitting on the table, and everything's like, oh, everybody's hungry.
I don't think Tracer is any different.
Psychologically, manipulate the discussion.
It's kind of lame, honestly.
The occult a little bit, to where we'd start talking about bringing people back from
What's
the dead.
the point of
But
her
he would,
being in this
they would bring it up
mode?
through conversational psychology and social sort of tricks. And and he would go, I could do that. I'm a magician. I could bring somebody back from the dead. They go, you never know. There's no way, Max, that you could do that. And everybody would start arguing. All right, well, the turkey's on the table. So he would say, yeah, watch this. And all of a sudden, he'd grab the turkey, and the turkey would just start, no feathers, running across the table. Everybody's freaking out. They're
Tracer.
screaming. There's pandemonium. And guess what? There's no turkey dinner.
Rage.
Because he turned the turkey live. And the thing was, he hypnotized the turkey. He plucked the turkey's feather. He made it look like it was a cooked turkey.
Oh, that's not where I thought you were going with the story. Holy shit.
Yeah. And so it was all for a trick. Well, so he would manipulate the conversation into that. Then the turkey would get up and start. And so everybody thinks he just brought back a turkey to life. And now guess what? There's no real turkey that's going to be served. That was the supper. So no one gets dinner.
And this goes where I think all these things connect now. My office, I guess I mentioned, it's got these weird esoteric books, and it's got magic books. One of the things that I've done, I figured out I could never be a sleight of hand artist like yourself. And I can stare at your hands, and I know what you're doing, and I still can't figure it out. I understand the methods, but I'm a storyteller, right? I'm a storyteller, and my hope as a storyteller is I can elicit a reaction. I can get an emotion out of you. So in my office, I have designed numerous arcane-looking occult paraphernalia that's magic tricks that I have made specifically. I'm going to give the guy a plug. This guy, Lebanon Circle is his thing, and he makes these amazing tricks. And you'll see like a Victorian ashes box, or you'll see this old arcane-looking hourglass. And so what happens is when people are over at my house, inevitably something will come up about the occult, because they'll see my books. And then I'll say, I dabble in magic. And then I will use real magic things from real occult.
I don't get what this rage is supposed to do.
In my room that is already ready to go, because I have 20 things in my room ready to go, and depending on where you're looking, what you're doing. And what I'll do is I will create horror in that moment because it doesn't look set up in the same way that he would hypnotize a turkey.
That's right.
And go
impromptu.
And you hear those stories about, oh my God,
Life Steal
the actor, he
or
did
something?
52,
Ricky Jay?
Ricky Jay. I've read these amazing stories about him where he did a fishbowl trick with ice, where he would show up to a diner and have this huge giant slab of ice, and he would do this insane setup for this just one person trick. I thought I love that to me because it allows me to be a horror storyteller in my office and get under somebody's skin in a way they were not expecting. If I pulled out a deck of cards and said, let me show you a trick. No. In this case, it is, what is that weird Egyptian thing over there? Oh, I got that in Egypt, and it's supposedly this cursed object. Leave it alone for 2 hours. And then 2 hours later, they're looking at it after a little wine and like, what do you mean it's cursed? Boom, there's the magic trick.
Yeah.
And I think to me that is the sweet spot. And again, it combines my love of storytelling, the occult, magic, sleight of hand, and psychology.
Yeah, and that's why we see, and I reference it a lot, but we
The
see
Mercy
a lot with,
fucking killed me.
Absolutely.
They do the same. They do PSYOP, which is a magic trick.
We,
What the fuck?
in the tension experience, we hired a few people in the military about how to do psychological torture. And it's not what I thought. It's not waterboarding. It's none of that. It is how to get under someone's skin very quickly and make them uncomfortable through, it could be a fluctuation of temperature. It could be a specific frequency that's playing that just unnerves you just a little bit. And when you compound these things, one after another, it will create a feeling in you. And I think that is absolutely, it's It's fascinating.
All right, we got one last one here. Great questions, by the way, guys. And this might be something we've already kind of answered, but maybe we can touch on it one last time. From UFO in the know.
What in the fuck? Mercy's the one killing me.
How has Hollywood shaped the public's perception on the UFO phenomenon?
I think it's taken something that was at one point considered fringe and made it mainstream. And it's done it not overnight. It's done it over the course of decades. Whether it's introducing a little alien that lives in a CIA officer's house.
I'm terrible at Tracer. I don't know why I'm playing her right now.
Thing, whether it is E.T., who's a friendly extraterrestrial, or whether it's Skinwalker Ranch, that you are inundated. And I think, what was it, the Super Bowl, there was like 3 separate ads about Martin Scorsese was. I mean, it's like there are all of these things that it has become mainstream now. And so, if anything, it's gotten us ready. It's made it a conversation that happens, that you're not, like I said, the eyes don't glaze over as much anymore. You know, reputable people at reputable schools, Gary Nolan, whoever that is, you can now you can have this, you know, prestigious career and be focused on anomalies like that. That wasn't like that all the time. So I think a lot of that has to do with Hollywood, arts, entertainment, books, making it okay to have this conversation now, because it is so mainstream.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's been part of the goal of this channel too, is just to help have the conversation. You know, a lot of people, they watch the videos here and they're like, well, Chris, you know, you're not conducting an actual investigation. I was like, no, this isn't I'm not an actual detective that lives in the 50s. You know, I do this for part of it is entertainment, but I also understand the value that entertainment provides, because so many people can regurgitate information at you, but if you're not creating it in a way that they want to absorb it, then that is for naught. I think that you have to create a world, and that's what I love doing. That's what you love doing. In a world where people want to willingly be a part and learn, you know.
You've opened the door to conversation, and I think that is I'm nowhere near any. I said to you jokingly that this is the episode that jumps the shark, because you've had the top of the top of the top people in this field. But UFOs extend far past scientists. It goes to filmmakers, and it goes to moms, soccer moms at home. And I think they all have stories about why. What is it about them? And I think my avenue into it is different than, the person you had last week or the person you're going to have next week. And I think that's fascinating, because those that are listening and watching have their own story. And I think that conversation is important to hopefully get to Spielberg releasing 2026's actual disclosure, and shows everyone that we're ready for it and we can handle it.
Absolutely. Speaking of which, are you ever going to make a alien UFO related movie?
This is really funny that you mentioned this. Every movie that I make, there's 20 that don't end up happening. I'm attached to, either I'm fired, it goes over budget, or the thing just falls apart. There is one right now, and I'll tell you.
Mercy, you fly in, bitch.
But it is a movie that you referenced tonight. It's the cousin of that movie. But it's,
I like his outfit.
Yes, and I think it combines all of my
Doomfist.
very much a nod in the way of Coast to Coast. It's a human story. It's a human way into it, but it absolutely is a alien thing.
That's awesome.
We'll see if it happens, though. Give it a couple years.
Well, we're all sending you our positive vibes out there on this happening. We'd love to have you back here.
Let's make an Umo movie together. We'll go do that.
We'll
go figure out the Umo thing.
What the fuck?
That's why we can't film in that that building.
I'm going to give you the address, so you go and look at the house. If anything happens to you there.
Well, I'm actually going to Barcelona, I think in September.
I will get you in that house. I want you just to go.
Dude, all right, I might have to do a pit stop. You know, I might be going with a UFO friend, so that might be interesting. Darren, are you down to stick around for some overtime chats?
Let's do it.
All right, folks. If you want to become a member and come check out the rest of our conversation, feel free to do so. Link below. Click the join button. Darren, thank you so much for joining us today. It was an absolute pleasure, folks. If you want to go check out Darren's latest project, which I highly recommend, is it Darren and Josh make a movie, or Josh and Darren make a movie?
Darren and Josh.
He got the short straw.
He did. It's at DJ Make a Movie on all social medias and the website. You can find us on iTunes podcast or whatever.
Yeah, I'll put the link below. Very much.
Thank
you so much for
well, they picked Echo anyway. Fuck it. I was about to say I've never really played Echo normally. I wonder what she's like in this. But
Yeah, my name's Eric. Spring of 2013, I was flying from Denver to Saskatchewan, and we were at cruising altitude, just across the border into Canada, and I see out of the starboard side window, there's this flying cigar, pointed on the ends, solid white.
Evil mercy be like heroes always die.
Propulsion, not wavy, it was perfectly in focus to my eye, going the opposite direction as us at the same altitude.
We are in harmony.
And it passed, it was probably going...
Heroes double die.
I don't know, 700, 800 miles an hour.
Straits and everyone in between.
It was very brief. We saw it, it was gone. I wish I'd had my phone out. And we saw cigar-shaped UFOs like that with decent regularity.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Debrief. My name is Chris Ramsey, and today we're going to be reading through a document that was allegedly written in 1947 by none other than Albert Einstein and Robert Oppenheimer. This document is titled The Relationships with Inhabitants of Celestial Bodies. Now, because this was written in June 1947, that would have been 1 month prior to the famous Roswell crash. But this might have been timely because
Where, bitch?
June was also the sighting.
Why are you running? Come back here. Yeah.
Later, when asked by a reporter to describe how they flew, Arnold said their motion was like saucers skipping over water. In the papers the next day, the world first saw the term flying saucer.
I've seen something. Hundreds of pilots have seen something in the sky. We have dutifully reported these things.
Those were kind of the first massive reported sightings.
Impacted him with that grenade.
They spotted that he was flying his airplane, and it made national headlines and was a bit of a precursor to the UFO craze. So after hearing all of that, allegedly, Robert Oppenheimer and Albert Einstein got together and put together sort of a game plan on what they thought
Come back here, bitch.
the extraterrestrial visit might be. This document just kind of surfaced online. Nobody really knows the origins of the document. It didn't actually get
I need healing.
MJ12,
Thank you.
link that was put out by Jamie Shandera and Stanton Friedman. This was independently released. Now, obviously, there are a lot of people out there that are going to put this in the hoax basket, which I totally understand. But as you know, Area 52, and once we're sat in this office with these documents, we love to
What the fuck is happening?
You know, belief sometimes gets in the way of a good story, so I'm looking forward to having a read-through. Now, I know a lot of you were very, very upset that that was the end of the Lucerne.
You go on, Mercy.
For watching that and supporting that. I had such a fun time reading through it, and I am
Just take a fucking seat.
discussions and alleged communications between extraterrestrial beings and some very fortunate humans.
Damn.
Those documents are sprinkled around the internet. I have gathered them, and I am currently preparing a read-through on some heavier stuff regarding these documentations. But today, this is kind of a buffer. This one's going to be a little bit of a palate cleanser in regards to the alien agenda. And we got some other documents here that mention connections between UFOs, aliens, Albert Einstein, Robert Oppenheimer, which we'll get through prior to the main meet, just to lay the groundwork a little bit. All right, we paid the bills. Like this video, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Let's get into it. So we're just going to touch on Albert Einstein for a second here. The first first time Einstein was asked about aliens was in the London Daily Mail in January 1920, where he is quoted saying, "There is every reason to believe that Mars and other planets are inhabited. Why should the Earth be the only planet supporting human life? It is not singular in any other respect, but if intelligent creatures do exist, as we may assume they do elsewhere in the universe, I should not expect them to try to communicate with the Earth by wireless radio. Light rays, the direction of which can be controlled much more easily, would more probably be the first method attempted." So this statement was made in response to contemporary speculations by radio pioneer Guglielmo Marconi, who had reported receiving mysterious signals he thought might have originated from Mars. So you can really see the scientific curiosity that Einstein had during that era regarding life beyond Earth. So let's fast forward to Roswell. And Wednesday, July 9th, in 1947, newspaper The Irish Times says this.
Super cool skin.
Stated last night that they were without news of the New Mexico flying saucer and were checking with Roswell. Professor Einstein told a UP correspondent he had absolutely no comment to make. How does Einstein go from being open-minded to absolutely closed down? In the April edition of the 1952 Life magazine, there was an article entitled, "We Have Visitors from Space." This kind of kicked off a bit of a flurry of inquisitive minds looking into the UFO and alien phenomenon. Well, little did they know that July of the same year, that phenomenon would present itself over the Capitol and the White House. The press went wild with the headlines reading, "Saucers Swarm Over the Capitol." And amidst the surge of the public's interest in UFOs, Albert Einstein received a letter from Reverend Louis A. Gardner. Did he believe saucers came from space, specifically Mars or Venus, Gardner wondered? Or were UFOs some kind of advanced military technology experiments created by the U.S. Air Force or America's foes? Well, renowned physicist and celebrity at the time, Albert Einstein responded with his own letter. So from the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey, July 23rd, 1952, he writes, "Dear Sir, those people have seen something. What it is, I do not know, and I am not curious to know. Sincerely yours, Albert Einstein." Now, I find it a little bit odd that that would be the entire content of his response. Being one of the greatest thinkers of all time, it would surprise me to hear that someone of his creative nature would even dismiss the topic entirely. So it does make me question whether or not he was involved with UFOs. You know, who knows? Perhaps he wasn't interested, and perhaps this interfered with his, current theory of relativity. But I just have a hard time believing Einstein wouldn't be interested in this phenomenon if everybody was reporting on it. Frank Edwards, an early radio pioneer and author of several UFO books, was giving a lecture to a Detroit, Michigan audience in 1956. Edwards made statements about Einstein that he believed to be true based upon his sources and his understanding of historical circumstance. Edwards maintained that just 4 years prior, in 1952, Albert Einstein had delivered an urgent message to then-President Harry Truman.
I'm gonna fill something out after this.
Policy of UFOs over DC was unwise.
I know what Mr. Einstein told him. He said, "Mr. President, anyone who can cross millions of miles of space will be able to take care of himself after he gets there. Don't start something you can't finish."
Then there was the case of Dr. Shirley Wright. This is a confession by Dr. Wright, who says that she studied under Albert Einstein at Princeton and was, I guess, taken to the crash at Roswell and was given a tour inside the craft, shown the bodies where there lay 8 dead and 1 alive, and even had an exchange of communication with one of these entities.
They indicated to us that they were not definitely not.
Now, Dr. Wright claims she was Einstein's assistant, but looking into the files, it doesn't show her as an official assistant, but it does, however, show that she did study under Albert Einstein. So, very interesting. Now, let's go over to Oppenheimer, where it gets a little bit more complicated. See, Oppenheimer was actually a key figure and served as chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission. And for those of you in the UFO sphere, you know how important that was when it came to keeping secrets regarding anything that has to do with radioactive material.
Are you still doing this mode?
Established in 1946 to direct the use of atomic energy, the United States Atomic Energy Commission is responsible to the President. As for nuclear weapons, the work is done by contractors at government-owned facilities under close AEC supervision. In cooperating with the Department of Defense, the AEC performs research, development, testing, and production of nuclear weapons required for national defense.
Now, when this commission was created, it basically transferred what the government was working on in terms of atomic and nuclear energy to the private sector. Companies could basically maintain confidentiality over the process, effectively placing control of nuclear-related knowledge firmly within their own hands. Now, we all know Oppenheimer was part of the Manhattan Project, where, secretly the world's best physicists got together to create the atomic bomb. And if you were to create some type of group that were to study, let's say hypothetically, the UFO phenomenon, or even retrieve some of these crashed vehicles, you would have to consider Oppenheimer for the task. Now I'm going to take you back to January 1950, where a very interesting book was released by none other than Donald Kehoe, entitled The Flying Saucers Are Real. Kehoe was a former U.S. Marine Corps major. He suggested that the U.S. government was hiding the truth and claimed that high-level insiders like Air Force officials had retrieved crashed alien vehicles. Folks, this is January.
Holy shit.
A few years after Roswell. This guy was on top of it already. The only reason I bring this up is because perhaps this might have helped inspire Eleanor Roosevelt, because on May 19th...
It's stupid, because I'm wearing a heart monitor, not because there's anything wrong, just to make sure there's nothing wrong. And, I'm supposed to press a button and then fill out this form every time I do. Now what the fuck do I tell him? Because I'm playing Overwatch? I got angry and my heart raced a little bit? I don't know what the fuck. Put down.
You sent me a letter to you from Mr. Schultz and some mimeographed material from the Borderland Sciences Research Associates. And you asked me what I knew about it. The only honest answer is that I know nothing whatever. Neither the Borderland Associates nor the man who comprised it are known to me, even by reputation. The papers
Bye, Reinhardt.
Explanation of the flying discs, and they all start with the assurance that there were such things. This, of course, I do not believe. Some very solemn attempts were made to see whether there are any physical happenings corresponding to the many reports of flying discs. It has been reported in the press that the Air Force has made such an investigation. There is not any credible evidence. And certainly, the kind of explanation proposed by the Borderland Associates does not lead one to believe in the phenomenon they are trying to explain. There is perhaps one
That does so much damage.
and even their accounts of what they see
I
and
think
experience are fallible.
she pretty much killed me in one hit. I'm swapping the Mercy, because it seems like she's super easy.
Very shortly before the test of the first atomic bomb, people at Los Alamos were naturally in a state of some tension. I remember one morning when almost the whole project was out of the doors, staring at a bright object in the sky through glasses, binoculars, and whatever else they could find. And nearby Kirtland Field reported to us that they had no interceptors which had enabled them to come within range of the object. Our director of personnel was...
You know what? Get rid of Mercy's pistol. I've said it 1,000 fucking times. This is fine. I would much rather her staff do some kind of damage than ever see a Mercy swap to their fucking pistol again. Well, you could have came to me. Oh, bye.
In the Manhattan Project, prior to that, he would have also had to say, I don't even know what you're talking about. So, we can't assume that he wasn't involved based on him saying I wasn't involved. He was involved in secret projects. Also, that prominent astronomer that he's referring to is probably none other than the famed debunker and MJ-12 founding member, Howard Menzel. This guy's entire job was to cover up and suppress anything related to UFOs.
Trying to prove whether or not these things come from outer space or not. It's clear that they don't.
And if you want to know more about Robert Oppenheimer's involvement in the AEC, I highly suggest you go check out American Alchemy, who does various deep dives on Robert Oppenheimer's involvement, T-Town's involvement.
I don't know what Chuno thinks they're doing.
Oversight on UFOs breaching our very sensitive airspace, and especially next to these nuclear
I'm dead.
Now, there have been other mentions of Oppenheimer's involvement.
Oh, this mode isn't my favorite. Because it's just like, fuck it. Here's a bunch of broken abilities.
Retrieval team, UFO researcher Donald Burleson had also put out a...
And that's not really all that fun to me, personally. I mean, I'm sure it's fun to some people. The fucking FOMO's got me by the balls. So I have to fucking get the loot from the event. Because I'm fucking addicted.
I'm pretty excited about this. Let's go. Alright, June 1947, the relationships with inhabitants of celestial bodies. Relationships with extraterrestrial men presents no basically new problem from the standpoint of international law. The possibility of confronting intelligent beings that do not belong to the human race would bring up problems whose solution it is difficult to conceive. In principle, there is no difficulty in accepting the possibility of coming to an understanding with them, and of establishing a relationship. Difficulty lies in trying to establish the principles on which these relationships should be based. In the first place, it would be necessary to establish communication with them through some language or other, and afterwards, as a first condition for all intelligence, that they should have a psychology similar to that of men. At any rate, international law should make place for a new law on a different basis, and it might be called Law Among Planetary Peoples, following the guidelines found in the Pentateuch. What's that? Pentateuch? Looking at the Pentateuch refers to the first 5 books of the Bible. I see. So Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Okay. So obviously the idea of revolutionizing international law to the point where it would be capable of coping with new situations.
Reinhardt, I can't see you.
A change so basic that it would no longer be international law. That is to say, as it is conceived today, but something altogether different, so that it could no longer bear the same name. So essentially he's just saying that we would have to rewrite how we even have like our most fundamental law, that we would have to include this extraterrestrial life. We continue. If these intelligent beings were in possession of a more or less culture and a more or less perfect political organization, they would have an absolute right to be recognized.
Cool, thanks Reinhardt. I would have loved to have gone with you.
With them to establish legal regulations upon which future relationships should be based, and it would be necessary to accept many of their principles. All right, so basically, they're taking the side of compromise here. You know, they are people.
Christ.
They have rights.
Christ. I should have pressed Q.
Finally, if they should reject all peaceful cooperation and become an imminent threat to the Earth.
GG's. Alright.
Really interesting so far. Another possibility may exist. That a species of Homo sapiens might have established themselves as an independent nation on another celestial body in our solar system and evolved culturally independently from ours. Obviously, this possibility depends on many circumstances, whose conditions cannot yet be foreseen. However, we can make a study of the basis on which such a thing might have occurred. Okay, so now, basically, they'll start speculating on what if humans lived on another celestial body in this solar system, i.e. Mars or Venus, and grew up with a different cultural society. How would that affect their laws? And now we get into some speculative territory, which I'm all about. In the first place, living conditions on these bodies, let's say the moon or the planet Mars, would have to be such as to permit a stable and to a certain extent independent life from an economic standpoint. Much has been speculated about the possibilities for life existing outside of our atmosphere and beyond, always hypothetically. And there are those who go so far as to give formulas for the creation of artificial atmosphere on the moon, which undoubtedly have a certain scientific foundation and which may one day come to light. This also you have to remember before the moon landing. This was before we had satellites, right? So we're thinking it might be possible to create some artificial atmosphere or on Mars. Let's assume that magnesium silicates on the moon may exist and contain up to 13% water. Using energy and machines brought to the moon, perhaps from a space station, the rocks could be broken up, pulverized, and then backed to drive off the water of crystallization. This could be collected and then decomposed.
How long is this event? Cause I don't feel like doing this right now.
The oxygen could be used for breathing purposes. The hydrogen might be used as fuel. Okay, you let me know if that makes sense, because that's a little above my pay grade over here, all right? We are investigators. We're not physicists, scientists, or chemists, or biologists, or, well, anything of consequence. Honestly, we're just reading documents. But you guys definitely chime in if you know what that means. In any case, if no existence is possible on celestial bodies except for the enterprises for the exploration of their natural riches, with a continuous interchange
6 days. Fuck.
to establish themselves there indefinitely and be able to
There's so much to do.
with isolated life, independence will never take place. Now we come to the problem of
You know what?
to do
I don't think I give a fuck.
bodies or extraterrestrial biological
I think I've come to that conclusion that
as the MJ-12 documents.
I just don't give a flying fuck about missing out on these rewards.
You know, some people believe the MJ-12 documents to be real.
Like,
Curious about that. I made a
none of it.
sort of
Maybe that one was kind of cool.
there are plenty. Have a look
Yeah,
at
that-
that. Okay, number one. If they are politically organized and possess a certain culture similar to our own, they may be recognized as an independent people. They could consider what degree of development would be required on Earth for colonizing. Okay, so that's one speculative sort of situation or scenario, is that maybe they're just reconning this place for, you know, what they need for colonizing. Number two, if they consider our culture to be devoid of political unity, they would have the right to colonize. Of course, this colonization cannot be conducted on classic lines. Okay, so if they see us having too much strife and they see all the battles happening here, it'll sort of give them the right to come and colonize and take over and clean up this mess.
Alright.
Will have to be conceived.
Shit.
That could be a kind of tutelage, possibly through the tacit
Kinda wanna play something else.
nations. But would the United Nations legally have the right of allowing such tutelage over us in such a fashion? Very strange to consider that they're like, well, they have the right to colonize. Slippery slope. A. Although the United Nations is an international organization, there is no doubt that
Resident Evil 4 is on sale.
since its domain does not extend beyond relationships between its members. It would have the right to intervene only if the relationships of a member nation with a celestial body affected another member nation with an extraterrestrial people is beyond the domain of the United Nations. But if these relationships entailed a conflict with another member nation, the United Nations would have the right to intervene. So basically, only if a member nation were to attack another member nation could the UN intervene. B. If the United Nations were a supranational organization, it would have competency to deal with all problems related to extraterrestrial peoples. Of course, even though it is merely an international organization, it could have this competence if its member states would be willing to recognize it. Okay. It is difficult to predict what the attitude of international law will be with regard to the occupation by the celestial peoples of certain locations on our planet. But the only thing that can be foreseen is that
I gotta be careful with some of the games on this fucking store now that I'm thinking about it.
we cannot exclude the possibility that a race of extraterrestrial people, more advanced technologically and economically, may take upon itself the right to occupy another celestial body. How then would this occupation come about? By the way, I believe this letter was written for the president, but pending approval. And this was written in June 47, so this would have been written to Harry Truman at the time. They're kind of just speculating what the international law would be in regards to the occupation of celestial peoples. So number one, the idea of exploitation by one celestial state would be rejected. They may think it would be advisable to grant it to all others capable of reaching another celestial body, but this would be to maintain a situation of privilege for these states. 2. The division of a celestial body into zones and the distribution of them among... Oh, I see. Okay, hold on. So they're trying to predict what it would look like if they were to come here and demand, some type of sovereignty over the land, or demand, that they acquired some of our land in this colonization effort. And this is kind of what that would look like. So 1, the idea of exploitation by one celestial state would be rejected. 2, the division of a celestial body into zones and the distribution of them among other celestial states. This would be present the problem of distribution. Moreover, other celestial states would be deprived of the possibility of owning an area, or if they were granted one, it would involve complicated operations. 3, indivisible co-sovereignty, giving each celestial state the right to make whatever use is most convenient to its interest, independently of others. This would create a situation of anarchy. The strongest one would win out in the end. And 4, a moral entity. The most feasible solution, it seems, would be this one. Submit an agreement providing for the peaceful absorption of a celestial race in such a manner that our...
I'm working on getting all the BioShock remastered achievements right now. I'm wondering whether or not to boot that up and just chill and play that for now. Not sure what else to do. I'm not really super interested in... Actually, you know what, I am gonna keep playing Overwatch. I'm just not doing any more arcade. Fuck all that. That shit was not that fun. No.
Is beginning to regain all its importance. Occupation consists...
So let's try our luck in fucking competitive, right? If that doesn't go well, I might try booting up that new skate game. I have my controller and everything plugged in. I haven't tried it yet.
Until the last century, occupation was the normal means of acquiring sovereignty over territories.
It looks... Visually, it looks terrible. Like, it looks like they cut every little bit of skate culture out of it. So it's just this, like, bastardized fucking corporate shill fucking skate. I don't even know what to say about it. Damn.
Subject to the sovereignty of any state is considered res
I
nullius.
wasn't paying attention. We gotta go and get rid of...
By another celestial race, there could be no claim of res nullius by any state on Earth, if that state should decide in the future to send explorers to lay claim to it. It would exist as res communis, that is, that all celestial states have the same rights.
Genji.
Now to the final question of whether the presence of celestial astroplanes in our atmosphere...
I swear I was playing quick play with this guy. Spin to win.
The presence of unidentified spacecraft flying in our atmosphere and possibly maintaining orbits about our planet is now, however, accepted as de facto by our military. Okay. That's a bold claim by Oppenheimer and Einstein right there, if true. On every question of whether the United States will continue testing...
Alright. It's been a while since I played competitive. About the entirety of last week. I've avoided it. I was trying to get my bearings again. I felt like I just had no idea what I was doing. Out of nowhere, I just lost every ounce of ability I had in this game, and I didn't start with much.
Space vehicles poses a threat on a scale which makes it absolutely necessary to come to an agreement in this area. With unidentified space vehicles, opinions are sharply divided as to their origin.
Wait, garlic bread too. What the fuck? Oh wait, I think I have streamer mode on. I think that's it now that I'm thinking about it. I've been seeing a lot of repeat names.
Scrambling right now, governments are jumping on this thing, like what do we do, how do we contain it, how do we exploit it, how do we control it, where do we put it, what do we do with it, what do we tell the public, all of the above. Military strategists foresee the use of spacecraft with nuclear warheads as the ultimate weapon of war. Even the deployment of artificial satellites for intelligence gathering and target selection is not far.
Good shit, Reaper. Oh.
The importance of space vehicles, satellites, as well as rockets is indisputable, since they project war from the horizontal plane to the vertical plane in its fullest sense. Attack no longer comes from an exclusive direction, nor from a determined country, but from the sky, with the practical impossibility of determining who the aggressor is, how to intercept the attack, or how to effect immediate reprisals. These problems are compounded further.
Fuck.
How does the air defense radar
We're okay, we're okay.
or precisely classify this target? Great questions. Now, this is interesting that we're mentioning satellites, because the first satellite, I think, was like Sputnik in like 1957. And so the fact that they're mentioning satellites here is kind of interesting.
Gotcha.
Something we got before, and this is a hoax, you know. However, the idea of satellites did exist in 1947, but only among forward-thinking scientists and military planners, but no artificial satellites had been launched yet, and most people wouldn't have been aware of them. I see. So these ideas were already being floated around by scientific elite and military establishments. Very interesting. So not debunked. Something happening now. At the present, we can breathe a little easier knowing that slow-moving bombers
Where the fuck is everybody?
atomic bombs that can be detected by long-range early warning radar. But what do we do in, let's say, 10 years from now, when artificial satellites and missiles find their place in space?
We group up and we win.
Identified spacecraft pose. One must consider the fact that misidentification of these spacecraft for a intercontinental missile in a re-entry phase of flight could lead to accidental nuclear war with horrible consequences. That's very interesting because there is actually an agreement between Russia and the United States, and in that agreement they speak about unidentified aerial phenomenon being mistaken for a potential nuke. So in the event that a UFO shows up on either radar of either country, they must notify each other and ask each other if that was them, which I find completely ludicrous, because if you were to launch a missile, you know, and they ask you, hey, is that...
I'm gonna try to work with this Reaper.
But he makes a fair point, obviously. Very smart man. Lastly, we should consider the possibility that our atmospheric tests of late...
Okay, we didn't need to work together at all.
They could have been curious or even alarmed by such activity. And rightly so, the Russians would make every effort to observe and record such tests. And I mean, you know, that's the thing. When people say, well, why are there so many sightings in the United States? Oh, it's so weird that it's in the United States. I mean, it isn't that weird when you think about it. Who is the nuclear power of the world? But not only nuclear, who is developing radar before anyone else? Who is playing with high power?
Oh.
Who is launching the most satellites? And
At least, I guess I pulled the Zenyatta out of them. Actually, I don't think we need to group up. They're fucking handling it. Like a team.
In conclusion, it is our professional opinion based
Look at that.
This situation is extremely perilous.
Echo trying to 1v1 me.
And measures must be taken to rectify a very serious problem.
Why is this guy being toxic?
Dr. J. Robert Oppenheimer, Director of Advanced Studies at Princeton, and
Oh yeah, it's Overwatch. What the fuck am I thinking? Oh shit!
I must admit, there is some logic, but I hardly think the president will consider it for obvious reasons. I understand Oppenheimer approached Marshall while they attended ceremony at Redacted. As I understand it, Marshall rebuffed the idea of Oppenheimer discussing this with the president. I replied to Gordon.
Our DPS have been fine. I don't know why that guy was talking shit.
But all of that might be for naught because 1 month later, there would be a crash, at least one crash, in Roswell, New Mexico.
Bad ult. We all have them.
Several UFO investigators would be born, and we would begin a long history of ufologists and the study of UFOs, and the infernal, incessant, eternal battle that is fought between them and the power.
I'm just gonna.
I hope you enjoyed this little shorter video than you're used to.
It's not even fair. Oh shit.
I would find that Oppenheimer
lost 5 times, bro.
would be possibly more involved in the UAP or UFO subject than Albert Einstein was. Albert Einstein's refusal to be part of the Manhattan Project, probably signaled to the U.S. government that he...
Ow. I just got hit in the head with a Reaper.
Because Oppenheimer was brought into court, for apparently speaking...
Can I please not die? Please, 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 please. Hey. I think we're good.
Engineering these crafts, and maybe the heat was taken off him. I don't know. Or was he completely excluded from any UFO talks? But there are many, many scientists of that age, of that era, that were possibly involved, including all of the members, or some of the members of MJ-12. Dr. Vannevar Bush, Detlef Gronk,
What you want about?
so many others, but there's clearly an interest in UFOs. And if you were part of the government back then, or the Air Force, or what have you, seeing something or hearing something as alarming as a UFO crash in Roswell and the sightings of Kenneth Arnold, and then subsequently the crash at Aztec.
I think I'm gonna avoid the other teams.
Obviously they did. They formed
Echo.
which turned into Project Blue Book, but there were so many other...
Is it... If I'm not wrong, I don't know exactly what the beef was, but my guess is the Echo was targeting the Freya, just full on.
Maybe your parents or maybe your great-grandparents. What it was like back then.
Because, yeah, Echo wasn't really around most of the time.
Sirens going off as a training exercise for you.
And it took me so fucking long to realize that these were... Because I have streamer mode on and names. I was like, damn, I see garlic bread all the time. Biohazards in the game again. Look at that. Like, I'm part of a community that I can recognize names in now, but no.
I feel like the threat of nuclear war, although is never really gone, definitely hasn't escalated to the point that it was.
I'm gonna stretch my legs.
And I wish that we never get to that point. It's good to take a second to be thankful for what we have and thankful for what we are not being subjected to. I think
my back hurts like a fucking
material that we're covering.
Freaker on a stick. I don't know.
Teach our children, you know, when sightings begin happening or anything of that nature. You know, if that ever is the case, then we do have to adjust, as they said. Our society is going to shift. Let me know what your thoughts. Do you think this is real? Do you think this is BS? Are you team, you know, crash retrieval or team fact suppression? I'm just kidding. Let me know. Let me know your thoughts. I'm curious to know them. Guys, if you don't mind, leave a like. Come check out our Discord. Totally free to join there where the conversation continues. But if you want to get a little bit deeper, obviously, you can head over to either our Patreon at patreon.com/Area52Investigations or keep it right here and join the membership where you get a ton of perks. And I mean a ton. I am weekly posting over there, vlogs, behind the scenes. We got movie night. We got book club. We got all sorts of amazing things happening over at the internship. So check it out, folks. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you being here. Also, we just launched some new stuff on the website, which you're always welcome to shop on. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the next video. Peace and love.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
But I would say that one of the most impressive was this girl named Haley. She literally did 6 different sessions, each 2 hours long. I took a random number generator and I created random numbers, like, 5, 6, digits. And then I would come up with an operation between them. I'd, either be multiplying them or dividing them. And then I would ask her to give me all the numbers that are part of the equation.
When you say she would give you all the numbers, this is without seeing the numbers. This is
yes.
Okay.
It was 162 numbers, and
fuck.
All but 7 correct, and the mistake she made, she got on the second try.
Because we're instantly sending and receiving information through space, does that imply that we might be able to receive or even affect information through time? Have you ever seen or heard of any examples of these children sort of interacting with something that, for a lack of a better word, is non-human?
I've heard accounts that they're evil ones, and then that there are good ones, But I was observing some children who were really advanced in math, and they were, and I looked over at this one little boy's piece of paper, and I mean, he had drawn the head of, that looks like a gray. I was just like, oh, that's kind of an interesting thing for a little 6-year-old to be drawing.
Have you seen any interest from intelligence agencies when it comes to your work? Welcome back to another episode of Debrief. Today it is my esteemed pleasure and honor to introduce to you a conversation that I've recently had with Dr. Diane Hennessy.
Oh, shit.
Dr. Powell is a distinguished neuropsychiatrist, neuroscientist, and author renowned for her interdisciplinary research into human consciousness and psychic phenomena. She earned her medical degree from Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, where she also completed a postdoctoral training in medicine, neurology, and psychiatry. She has served on the faculty of Harvard Medical School and participated in a think tank on human consciousness at the Salk Institute in La Jolla, California. Now, throughout her career, Dr. Powell has explored the intersection between neuroscience and psychic phenomena, with a particular focus on telepathy in autistic savants. Her groundbreaking work, known as the Telepathy Project, investigates reports of telepathic communication in nonverbal autistic children, aiming to understand the mechanism behind such abilities. In her book, ESP Enigma, A Scientific Case for Psychic Phenomena, Dr. Powell presents a comprehensive analysis on various psychic phenomena. But one of the most widely recognized and perhaps most topical contributions to telepathy is her involvement with the absolutely viral sensation of a project known as the Telepathy Tapes. This is a series of recordings that documents remarkable instances of telepathic communication in her research subjects. Now, these tapes have garnered significant attention recently, even so much as reaching a top 5 position on the Spotify charts, with only 10 episodes. It's filled to the brim not only with evidence, a lot of evidence of telepathy, but also with just really interesting human stories about people who, in our society, have been a little bit discarded or suppressed. Through Dr. Powell's work, they've literally given these people a voice. I don't think I remember the last time I gave something such a hard push in real life. Like, everybody I come across, I'm like, you have to listen to the telepathy tapes. So do yourself a favor and go check that out. And now it is my pleasure and honor to present to you a conversation between myself and Dr. Diane Hennessy Powell. I'm joined today by Dr. Powell, Dr. Diane Hennessy Powell, who has been doing amazing research in the field of psi for a very long time. Namely recently on a very popular podcast that's taken the internet by storm, the telepathy tapes. So first of all, thank you, Dr. Powell, for joining me today.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
Dr. Powell, I want to start this interview with a giant disclaimer and propose that our conversation will be based entirely on the statement that psi exists and it is real. I also want to say that any speculation derived from this statement will be for the sake of thought experiments. I know that your time is precious, and I don't want to dwell on.
Yes.
So, in your book, The ESP Enigma: The Scientific Case for Study for Psychic Phenomena, you provide case studies and real-world examples of psychic phenomena, telepathy, and so on, demonstrated by people with autism, namely like savants. You also demonstrated this during the telepathy tapes. If I had to ask you, what is the most significant discovery that you've come across while working with these kids?
Boy, there's so many. I mean, it's one of those things where it's really unfolded with one ability after another. So, I mean, it starts off with a parent telling me that these kids have savant skills, that, for example, they know things in science that they were never taught, or they have several languages that they can read, or a lot of them are nonverbal, so they can't speak. But I'll hear these things, and I'm told that there was no exposure, and that's something that is well documented as savant syndrome. You know things and you don't understand how they know them. And so that I was sort of expecting, but the first thing that happened was the first kind of dominoed fall, if you will, was having parents say to me, and they're all telepathic, by the way. And so I thought, oh, wait a minute, okay, so that's a confounding variable, because if I'm testing this kid to see if he's a mathematical savant, and I'm there looking at the calculator to see if his answer is correct, then how do I know he's not just getting the information from me? And I mean, some people would say, oh, well, it's all non-local information. It isn't that interesting. But the scientist in me, the theoretician in me, wants to, if possible, really define these things, delineate them, to really understand. First, you have to sort of tease everything apart, and then you can see later if they're all the same thing. If I saw the same brain activity common to all of them, I'd say, okay, maybe they are all the same thing. Maybe it all is just navigating space-time, but maybe there's something else. And the neuropsychiatrist in me knows that there's this correlation between the EEG and what our inner experience is. So if somebody says they're visualizing something, that you'll see heightened activity in the visual cortex, or if or people who say that they're hearing something. I mean, there's a part of the brain, the auditory cortex, that you would expect to have more activity that you can pick up. And so there's this way in which I think, as a neuropsychiatrist, I'm thinking, okay, wouldn't it be validating if you have somebody report, well, this is what's happening for me, and then you see the brain activity is in correspondence with that? And a good example of that is Laura Lynn Jackson, who's a famous psychic who also does receives information as a medium, and she reports that the information always comes in her right visual field when it comes from it's either psychic or medium. I oftentimes get my left-right confused. Anyway, but one of them, it is where she sees the information that's psychic, and the other is where she sees the information that is mediumship. And then when you look at her EEG, you'll see that the corresponding sections of the visual cortex to those visual fields actually what show a shift in the usual brain activity. And so that kind of science can help to validate these abilities if you see that. So anyway, but and I'm curious, if somebody is precognitive, which was the next thing. Okay, that I first of all, I heard that they were precognitive, and then it's another thing to actually have examples in which it happens, where they say, something's gonna that they're concerned about something, and then it does happen. So, and then I'd say after that, then they start. The next thing to kind of come up is that, by the way, I get visited by people that are on the other side, and I can get a reading about this woman who's standing over in the corner there. I haven't been able to do. I know how to set up studies so that I could test for mediumship, but at this point that is really just anecdotal.
Apparently, fucking Ice. The scumbags used some kind of Pokemon thing, like either Ash or the Pokemon theme song. ICE, the fucking scum of the earth.
That's fascinating, and that's, I think, one of the biggest takeaways for me, especially listening to the telepathy tape.
Well, hopefully they get sued by Nintendo. Fuck them.
Everybody says this with such confidence, like they all have this, and
what they get.
It's just so mind-boggling to me that we can say that they all have this. Like, that is a big piece of data that we have to prove that this ability exists. Like, that is a massive piece of data if they're all doing this. Have you ever found within these, especially the nonverbal community, have you found that there is a correlation between the strength of the telepathy and their condition?
Yeah, well, that's an interesting question. I mean, one of the things I'd like to do is I'd like to actually, in a formal way, actually test that. I mean, we can easily do that. But what I would say is that one of the reasons why, I mean, obviously, there's no way I've tested on speakers. But one of the reasons, besides the fact that you hear how emphatically somebody who's working as a speech pathologist, has like 5 of these kids in their office every day, okay, and they say, emphatically, they all, they all do it. That bears a lot of weight for me, because they would be the ones in the front lines telling you, that this is what they're experiencing. Another reason why I think it's possible, quite possible, is that really relates to this theory that I have that came from the fact that the ones who seem to be the most profoundly telepathic are the ones whose receptive language is intact and their expressive language was short-circuited during development. They were developing normally, and then something happens such that the area of their brain that's involved in speech expression gets excessively pruned. Okay, and therefore they have what's basically an expressive aphasia, which a lot of neurologists are familiar with as, somebody has a stroke. They can still understand language, but they just can't express it. And the expression goes for not just using your mouth, but using your fingers as well. You know, it's very connected. And that's one of the reasons why babies who are deaf, I mean, they actually can babble with sign. Okay, you know, they're doing all these, you know, just like the baby blah, 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 babbling, you know, there's a certain babbling that occurs with the baby with their hand. And if they're deaf, we see that they're using their hand, and we try to form it into symbols and language. But we're so speech oriented that we then, you know, start working with them to get their lips to be that which can create a much more rich symbolism, you know, which we call language. And so what you have here is you have this innate desire on the part of this infant to communicate. And when it gets disrupted, then they become really good at what they've got left, because the desire to communicate doesn't go away. And what I think is that I suspect that telepathy, this ability to tap into the consciousness of those that are in our surroundings, that is something that it's innate. We're all born with that. And that ability to do that is a lot of how we then start to make associations between sounds that we're hearing, you know, around us, and some kind of meaning. Yeah, you know, it's like, it seems so miraculous when you think, well, how did, you know, that we didn't always have Sesame Street teaching kids how to, you know, and they're picking up the oral stuff first.
Fuck yeah. Apparently this lady used ChatGPT to pick her lottery numbers and won $150,000. And not only that,
and they're somehow picking up.
she's planning to give it all to charity.
This aha moment that I had was, I was like, okay, you know, if the most profoundly.
So you use AI to better people's lives, not to fuck them over.
The only thing that they have is they just don't let go of the default means by which they entered into, you know, this existence, able to communicate. And what's frustrating for these kids is that people can't read their mind. And so they're experiencing all of this information, and yet until they were actually given the ability to spell, which doesn't require as accurate of a sensory motor system. You know, I mean, a lot of these kids, their proprioception is off, so they don't know exactly where their finger is in space. And a lot of the physical therapy and occupational therapy that they get is trying to, and the spelling activity itself of pointing to a big letterboard is precisely to try to help to get them to have enough accuracy. And then once they master it, I mean, then you'll see that they're not hesitating between each letter trying to do the telepathy. They're just going bing, 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 spelling out what it is that, you know, is being thought, you know, and you're like, how is it, I mean, at first I'm like, how is it that they can be spelling what their parent is thinking? And then you realize if they're tapping into their consciousness, they're not just getting the message, they're also getting the spelling too.
That's right. Yeah. Wow. That is so mind-blowing. It is, I mean, so I have so many questions. Do you think that, because obviously this sounds like you said, like this yearning to express oneself is what's responsible for this. And I would say express oneself as opposed to communicate, because the reception side is like, do we see that in people who have a hard time receiving, that they would receive telepathic messages more, or is it more about expression, like self-expression? Do you think that we're more prone to develop these things if our ways to express ourselves are inhibited versus our ways to intake information?
Well, I agree with you that I think that there's just as much an innate sort of drive for self-expression as there is for communication. But if you think about what's going on with an early child who's totally dependent upon us for everything, it's like they can't open the refrigerator door, they can't,
right?
They can't, there's so much they can't do unless they learn how to communicate.
So it's survival.
Because a lot of things it's a form of expression to be throwing a tantrum.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure expressing myself as I'm banging my head against the wall. I'm so frustrated because I can't communicate with you that this is what I want or need. So I think that, as we get older, the self-expression becomes, more critical. I mean, and that's,
right.
I mean, you get into the age of, even starting like the age of 3, the terrible 2s and 3s, where the kid says no, and anything you say, there's a no, because they're wanting to see that they can,
Buddy, what the hell are you doing, boy? Boy, what the hell you doing, boy? Boy, what the hell, boy? Come here. Yeah. Come here.
Wow. So.
Come on, boy.
Okay. That is super interesting. Yeah.
Buddy, come here.
Look. Survival, and it reminds me a lot about.
Right. Boy, what the hell are you doing, boy? What the hell are you doing?
Targets would be more accurately describe if, like, for instance, someone's life was in danger, or if it involved children. So it almost seems like it's consciousness is
gross. It's not where you want to play.
And it's doing that by any means necessary and by all means available to it. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, consciousness.
How you doing?
The question is, what is that needs self-expression? Consciousness needs expression.
Yeah.
Right. And so what happens is that in the
Are you a wet noodle?
Particularly the first 5 years of life, I mean, the brain is undergoing.
Do you have anything to say for yourself?
And it.
Oh, okay. I'll put you down.
That we're talking about, and if what happens is
pinch you. I'll pinch you, buddy.
There's so much plasticity. There's so much flexibility to come up with either a new.
You better run.
Or to some.
Yeah, you better run, boy.
Or maintaining a default system that that worked, but wasn't perfect, in certain ways, but basically, that consciousness is going to try to fulfill those drives and will work with what it's got during that developmental phase, to make that happen. And so that's why I'm so interested in, like, what's the brain wiring of, of some of these individuals who had their, had their language disrupted, and then they had these abilities. How did they rewire their brains, and how does that rewiring their specific set of special skills?
Boy, what the hell are you looking at, boy?
More common in
boy.
Are in other populations.
You're a good boy. Come here.
Both of those.
Buddy.
Something that gets disrupted.
What?
That is usually used by us to navigate.
Yeah.
To get around.
I love you.
And an alternative is
boy.
Is
you better run.
Yeah.
You better run.
Even better at that. I mean, like the I don't know if you're familiar with, like, the people who are blind who can echolocate.
Yes.
They can just click, and then.
Okay.
Signal back.
We're gonna keep playing. In just a minute, I'm gonna go and grab a snack.
I remember myself, like, in my room trying to
real fast, and then I'll be back.
And, yeah, it was
2 seconds.
So it was that much more impressive when I seen someone do it. Okay, I want to speak about this particular phenomenon that I've heard about through the telepathy tapes, which I think really captivated a lot of people, and raised a million questions in my own mind. The talk on the hill. This is, this is like it really feels like something out of a sci-fi movie or a comic book or something. It is genuinely, I think, for me, one of the most inspiring things that I've heard throughout this project. And to give maybe people a brief summary, and maybe you can help me on this, but it's essentially a place where these mainly, I think, nonverbal communicators go to in a state of meditation and communicate thoughts and ideas and teach each other.
Yo.
If I'm not mistaken, there are...
Got some carrots to snack on.
That's fair to say. What's interesting is that there's been more than one group of individuals who have.
What's the matter, buddy?
Before
what?
Tapes released, so without it being that they heard about it and then said, "Oh yeah, I go to the Hill too," and that's number one. Number two is the fact that there's more than one hill, and
but
one person
yeah.
There's hills for different ages, kind of almost like how
you got food.
High school, you got junior high.
Wow.
High school, that there's different general age groups, and that makes sense.
You got food?
Birds of a feather flock together. So, if you were to open up a big playground and you had, 5-year-olds and 9-year-olds and 15-year-olds, they're going to sort by age. And then another thing that's interesting is that more than one child has described it as having a lot of fun. And that makes a lot of people think about, is that the records or what is that?
Yeah.
And there's sort of like that's while they're sleeping and
yeah.
Is more closely associated with some capabilities than a lot.
He's got a lot to say for a little cat.
But some of them can, also,
buddy boy.
At the door and kind of go to the hill and visit their friends, but they need to be in a safe place like their bed. They're not just walking around, going to the hill. I mean, it's my understanding.
So, is there a specific example of some verifiable case that has happened? So, for instance, like someone went to go learn something and they came back with more knowledge than they had prior to going to the hill. Like, has there been any form of like telepathic communication between two individuals that was later confirmed, even though they didn't meet each other or know each other?
I swear, this video we're watching got quieter.
I've been told that has happened. Yeah, I mean, I haven't been able to, personally, witness it. Do the controlled experiments that I'd like to do.
I kind of want to.
Yes, I've
been wanting to
that,
watch
definitely. That
these guys. It's been a while.
There are friendships. I mean, so there are certain kids that have more of an affinity for another kid, so it's not that they're just going to the hill and getting, and talking with everybody, it's that they have someone specifically more that they want to see on the hill. So there's that kind of thing going on. And that, and so that telepathy between two people, whether it's happening on the hill or whatever, I mean, that's, harder to say, but, it's impressive if there really is, telepathy happening between them, which is, there's no reason to, discount the people who were reporting that.
Sure.
There's,
Yeah, that's all there. That's Microsoft money.
Okay. All right, so what does y'all mean? We need you to kill Nintendo. What?
Nigga, did you listen? That's not what we said.
Well, I think that's the fastest way to handle the situation.
Wait, but we're not gonna kill nobody. That's crazy.
Man, this motherfucker suck as fuck. Y'all know you gotta get some more.
All right, look. So they're saying the Switch 2 sold 3.5 million units in 4 days. Do you know how hard that is?
So y'all want me to kill Nintendo because y'all hate me?
Kill? No, just follow him.
No, hold on, ain't nobody hating. These niggas is lying, and that's just me using my deduction skills. Triple platinum in a week? Who the fuck these niggas think they is, a damn nigga? We in a recession, bitch. Look around. That bitch cost $500. Mario Kart World, $90. I don't even know 24 niggas. Plus, PlayStation ain't never did numbers like that. And we've been grinding for years, nigga. PlayStation. Yeah, you heard that shit before, huh? That's us.
Yeah, I did hear that. I heard that.
I know you heard that shit. And Xbox, look what Microsoft, Xbox.
Man, that's not my slogan, bro. Come on, man.
What's up? I mean, I don't know their fucking slogan.
No, don't do
Y'all
that.
got a,
You know we got a slogan.
okay, what is it? So this is what we want you to do. Follow Nintendo, see if they lying, and even if they not lying, switch them down.
No, just follow.
That's a switch 3.
No, just follow them and investigate. That's it.
Xbox. See, that's what's wrong with you, nigga. You ain't made a good decision since 360, nigga. What you gonna do? Huh? Re-release Gears of War?
We just announced that, yeah.
Re-release Halo?
We did that already.
Okay, so what y'all need me to do? Y'all need me to follow Nintendo or kill them? Because you know I need verbal agreement. Because...
Okay, well, we agree. Let's kill
them. Hold on. Verbal agreement? I ain't never heard no gangster talk about no verbal agreement. And who voice was that? Hey, that's nigga a cop.
Oh,
hey,
man.
What, nigga? Nigga, I got my switch on me right now. Nigga, I'm ready to bomb shit right now.
Hey, no, this nigga an actor. This nigga's an actor.
What's up, nigga? And my niggas got switches on them. Look at them. Look. We ready.
Oh, I didn't even see them.
What the fuck?
It's like demons.
Oh, they might be on something.
Oh, they from the underworld. They from the underworld. I can tell. They from the underworld.
Let's go.
Okay.
What you think?
Okay. Yeah, he good. I think he good.
Man, come on, bro. Talk to me, bro. So y'all need me to kill or which one?
Kill, nigga. Kill him too.
Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna put these carrots away and use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
y'all say that a little bit closer. I can't.
You said closer?
Yeah, closer.
He said switch them niggas down and until don't give a fuck about no family friendly shit. Kill them.
And Xbox signed off on that shit too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, it's just us two left.
Nintendo, nigga. What?
Bro, that shit weak.
Cost y'all niggas. Should have trusted my first instinct.
Get on the fucking ground.
You said you had a switch.
Yeah, I still got a switch. I got a switch right here.
Oh. What? Why y'all looking like demons? I could have sworn y'all was from the... Oh my.
Yeah, Nintendo, nigga.
Hey,
Yeah, I
shit.
told y'all.
Morning,
Get on
bro.
the ground.
You know, at some point, I thought I'd be done shooting Anime House. But I think I love the game. I love the hustle. So thank y'all for watching the video. Like it up, leave a comment, and this is the announcement for the new Anime House.
Hey, yeah, when I was real little, maybe 7, 8 years old, in the middle of the night, something woke me up and I sat bolt upright in bed. So I get up and walk over to their sliding glass door, not knowing what drew me.
Yeah, that's all there. That's Microsoft money.
What you doing, buddy?
Have you ever had an instant connection to him as a mainstay on the channel? Arc Raiders has that secret sauce, and today I'll be showcasing why it's easily my most anticipated game for the remainder of 2025. So what is Arc Raiders? The game was originally announced all the way back in 2021 as a third-person PvE looter shooter, somewhat similar to what you'd expect from The Division. However, Embark Studios, who many know for their development of the finals, delayed and iterated the game into the extraction shooter we know today. And you can tell how much time, effort, and care they've put into their game because they've been cooking. Arc Raiders took over Twitch seemingly out of nowhere by pure word of mouth during the second tech test back in April. And despite it being part of that hardcore extraction shooter genre that certainly isn't for everyone, previously made popular by military simulators like Escape from Tarkov, viewers seem to find Arc Raiders much more approachable and watchable than other extraction shooters before it. The genre is known for its hardcore nature and intense gaming experiences that can give you the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. The thought of losing hard-earned loot can understandably be a major deterrent for a lot of people, but Arc Raiders disrupts this formula in a very good way. They've incorporated so many quality of life features into the core foundation of their game that helps make that vicious extraction shooter cycle much more enjoyable, without it feeling overly casualized either. I find that tension and high-intensity moments are a necessary fiber of this genre's DNA, and if you fail to deliver on that adrenaline rush, people tend to lose interest pretty quickly. Embark has somehow delivered a harsh yet approachable world that constantly keeps you coming back for more. This balance can be attributed to a couple different things. The first is a simplification of the survival aspect that typically intimidates players from trying extraction shooters in the first place. You aren't surgically repairing limbs, worrying about dehydration, or managing hunger levels. Your only concern is making sure your health bar never hits zero. The second selling point is the wide range of progression systems, from an in-depth skill tree that can truly diversify your playstyle as you level up, to mastery objectives that passively earn you XP and unlock badass crafting recipes, to quest lines that unlock vendor upgrades, to even a consumer-friendly battle pass similar to the Helldivers model that unlocks cosmetics and rewards you for just playing the game. So even if a couple raids don't go your way, you're always making progress. They even give you an early game resource companion named Scrappy, a rooster that constantly loots basic necessities from the surface for you, giving you a steady flow of things like weapon parts, medical supplies, and other craftables that help you get right back into the action. Now, progression systems are great, but if you don't find the world interesting, none of it really matters. And it may sound like I'm glazing the studio at this point, but I was genuinely immersed in the universe right away. You quickly learn that Earth has been overrun by a sort of alien mechanized threat known as the Ark, a group of mysterious interconnected robots that hunt down humans and essentially make the Earth's surface uninhabitable. And with this imposing threat, we're driven underground where we've created a safe haven known as Speranza as a last-ditch effort to save the human race. And the Ark Raiders are a specialized group of humans that go to the surface to scavenge for goods that keep our colony up and running. This means you're constantly evading the Ark patrolling the surface, also known as Topside, while simultaneously battling other human colonies that are competing for those same scarce resources for survival. It's a gritty and believable story that grabs your attention within just minutes of turning on the game. And the world feels alive. Tension is a crucial part of extraction shooters that so many developers get wrong, but the Ark are genuinely terrifying. What may seem like a harmless patrol drone is actually a built-in alarm system that interconnects our foes, quickly calling in larger groups of robots for reinforcements that will swarm you in a matter of minutes. From bastions
instantly, whenever I see a game that looks interesting, check and see if it's made with Unreal Engine, and then I lose
and the Ark will swarm you. Get greedy
at least 50% of the hype, because I know it's gonna be an unoptimized, ugly piece of shit.
Covert approach to just get your quests done. There are several
fuck Unreal Engine 5, like, for real.
Such as car alarms, metal detectors,
I'd rather people use Unreal 4, honestly, at this point. That shit actually holds up still today, if people are willing to actually put the work in. And it runs well on most hardware. Wow.
They take full advantage of Unreal Engine 5, giving us massive explorable landscapes
Unreal
with dynamic weather
Engine
and
5,
post-apocalyptic
I hate
vibes
it.
that actually feel believable. It's not overly decayed or grayscaled like in other games. It's
like, I didn't hate Frostbite as much as I hate Unreal.
A healthy balance between PvE and PvP, and are dense enough to make the world feel truly immersive.
How does that fucking happen?
In fact, almost every building you see on the horizon is explorable space. It's not just a bunch of empty POIs with filler in between, it really does leave a ton of room for exploration. There were 3 maps included in the tech test back in April, with both day and night variations of the Dam Battlegrounds, Buried City, and Asera Spaceport available to play. A 4th map known as the Blue Gate has been teased repeatedly by
This looks like it'd be a fun game if it runs
4 maps at launch on October
at high
3rd.
frame rates, which it's not going to. It's fucking Unreal 5.
Every single raid.
I feel like a lot of these people...
the maps a bit and prevents extract campers from sitting in one
Let me
place
just
for an
double
entire
check.
game. It's honestly one of the better mechanics
Is
I've
it
seen in an
sponsored by
extraction
Ark
shooter to
Raiders?
date. And one of the coolest details about Ark Raiders is the fact that you get a post-action report that literally showcases everywhere you've traveled on the map, which enemies you encountered, the type of loot you picked up, and so much more. It's a small thing, but it's one of many that really adds up to make for a unique gaming experience. And then we have the world bosses. This is such a cool wrinkle in the extraction shooter genre because these aren't your typical map bosses you'd see in games like Escape from Tarkov. These are massive raid boss level enemies that typically require coordination across several teams to take down. And as you can imagine, this presents a unique dynamic that forces enemies
If there was
to
a
either
VoIP,
work together
that'd
or
be kinda
betray each
fun.
other in hopes of taking all of that loot for themselves, which only amplifies that
Like,
tension
come
the
on,
world has
guys.
to offer.
Let's stop shooting
Lee
each
is
other.
incredibly
Let's
strong and has
try
multiple
to
attacks
get
that can
that
easily
boss
wipe
down.
entire squads in a matter of seconds.
I don't know how
The fact
well
that there was
that's
a
gonna
world
work.
boss in the tech test is insane in its own right, and I get hyped thinking about what types of enemies and mechanics they've been holding
Wonder if
close
it
to their
has
chest because they
crossplay.
don't want to spoil them for the full launch of the game. There are so many ways Embark can go with this, and that alone gets me so excited for launch. Similar to the way people feel about extraction shooters, third-person gameplay can also be a major turnoff for a lot of players. I'm an FPS enjoyer at heart, but the gameplay was honestly so good that I didn't really think about it while playing. As hard as it can be to try and set aside those preconceived notions, I genuinely encourage you to give this game a chance. It feels polished, the gunplay reminds me a lot of the
At some point they have a
Dark Zone days in The
free
Division, and the
weekend.
movement is just a cherry on top.
It looks fun, but I don't. It could
Rolling,
be
grappling, and even zip lines, there is so much skill
The
expression here,
Division.
and it just makes the
For all I
game
know.
fun to play. It doesn't take itself too seriously, and that's what I think makes it so special. Before I go, I'm gonna rapid fire some
Which, I
of the
mean,
intricate
even The
details
Division
that
had
really
its
stood out to me, starting with the
moments.
game's sound design. If I had to give a direct comparison, I'd easily put it in the same tier as Battlefield 6, and that may sound crazy, but Embark
That doesn't sell me at all. That's like that was the unmagic word to me. God damn. I'm not interested in Battlefield. But in this community, we forget and forgive, I guess. Okay.
You may have noticed in the past few months, Halo has slowly been
Now that I'm actually doing something, like I'm not doing a lot when it comes to content, but one of the biggest things, one of the things, probably one of the minor things, honestly, pushing me to make some content is there's a lot of people who make their voice known and heard. I mean, the Halo community seems to be the one that just keeps putting their foot in their mouth. It sucks, because I'm pretty sure 343 was listening solely to some of the community as they were developing some of their games, and they listened to the wrong fucking people.
In September of 2022, Bonnie Ross stepped down as head of 343 Industries for personal reasons and split her role into three, with one of them being Pierre Hintze as the new studio head. Pierre Hintze, if you don't know, joined 343 back in 2018 and was in charge of bringing updates to the Master Chief Collection until, Microsoft kind of pulled the plug
And
on
like
that.
all of the big Halo YouTubers
of the 343
are
that I knew. And while the team under her
insufferable.
leadership had ambitious ideas to put in that
They
show,
are
not a lot of
just
them resonated with the fan base. Shortly after her
worst
departure,
when it
Infinite had begun
comes
receiving a steady
to
stream of content since the winter
just
update of
selling
November
out.
2022. Not to say that's the reason, okay? I don't know if that's why.
They
Correlation is not equal
will
causation, although it is
glaze
pretty funny
every
how
single
coincidental that
little
is. On a
thing
side
that
note, though,
comes
I am
out
grateful that 343 didn't abandon this game for the
and
people
give
still
the
playing.
bare
Infinite
minimum
is
when it
currently one
comes
of
to
my favorite multiplayer
criticism,
games to play despite
and
its
it
flaws.
sucks.
And I played it a lot during college. And
And that's why the game is where it is
a lot
now.
better if they had the
Because
content it
of
had
people
now.
like
The gameplay
Halo
was good in the eyes of
Follower
the
and
general
all
audience, but
these.
was severely
Not this
lacking
guy, because
content
he's
as
like a
release.
small,
And for some of you, whether they added
small
worthwhile content or
creator,
not during its live
but
service, you'd probably still be
the
upset at
bigger
it no matter
Halo
the outcome. The
YouTubers
damage
are
is
some
already
of
done in
the
your eyes.
just
But we're
most
not here to go too
insufferable
in-depth
people.
into Infinite's live service. That
Here's-
is for another time. Bad news had also struck in 2023 as 343 got hit with massive layoffs, which included people on the campaign and narrative team. This obviously instills a lot of doubt in people about the next Halo title. I mean, how are 343 expected to make a worthy game in the franchise if employees keep getting laid off? Microsoft is no stranger to this move. They've been doing this more recently, especially after the Activision Blizzard acquisition. But it really made the future of Halo uncertain. And with
I think the
343's reputation being the lowest it's ever been in
entirety of
Halo Infinite's
343
release,
needed
a lot
to be
of
like
people
a,
justifiably wrote them off.
or at
And
least
for a while,
dispersed
we were
into
kind of in
other
the dark.
parts of
But eventually,
Microsoft,
my mind was put
because
to rest after
that
they released
was
one
a
of those
shit
classic
show.
video documentaries.
Foundry specifically is based around the same concept
And that's
of the
like
Foundry
taking
in Halo
out
lore,
all
is the
of
place
the
where Halo
actual,
Reigns was
like,
born.
there's people working on this, like, fuck. And now I'm just remembering the next Halo is supposed to be using Unreal
Prepare
Engine.
ourselves for the next step.
Speaking of the fucking devil. Look at all the blur.
In October of 2024, at the Halo
Looks
World
like
Championship,
concept art,
343
right?
officially rebranded as Halo Studios. There are some brand new and unfamiliar
Because that's
faces
all the
taking
fuck
stage
it
this
should
time.
be.
This video was not only meant to highlight a new creative vision with new public figures, but also make the announcement that they were switching to Unreal Engine 5. In my mind, this will work well with Microsoft's use of contractors, since Unreal Engine is a largely accessible tool in the industry, making it easier for new employees. And what they showed off made me excited. Project Founder
Yeah,
looked
I'm
amazing, and that reimagined combat
99% sure
evolved
they're
game was so
rebooting,
good.
or at least
Perhaps hinting at a
remastering,
What was shown, though, was
remaking the
mainly a
first
graphical
Halo.
showcase. So while it looks good, Halo Studios really needs to deliver if they want people to play their game, and for this entire rebranding to work so that they could become disassociated
I'm of
with
a
the
mind
name
that
343.
they should
That
remake
video
Halo
was almost
3.
a year ago now, and since then,
Skip
a lot of
1 and
developments
2.
have occurred. Surprisingly, at the Xbox
Remake
Summer
Halo
Showcase this
3.
year, Halo did
And
not
all,
appear yet again.
oh,
Instead, we got
bring back
Call of
the
Duty.
matchmaking
Oh, God.
system
And a lot
of
fans like
the
me were
original
disappointed that Halo was
game.
yet again neglected,
And
because
holy
for some
shit,
reason, despite Infinite
like,
receiving updates for 4 years,
that's
Xbox
it. Like,
never
I'd probably
showed
buy
it at
another
all at their
console
showcase.
just
I mean,
to
for
kind of
fuck's
get
sake,
that
Fallout
same feel
76 got a
of,
spot
like,
at the showcase
playing
this year. But
on
you
a
know what?
console like I used
Fine.
to.
Because at the end of the showcase, Phil Spencer said this.
As we think about bringing a
Halo
new
1,
generation of players to these
I don't know,
iconic
I'm not
franchises,
as
I'm
hyped about
excited
it.
to share that players will get to celebrate 25 years of Xbox with a new Fable, the next Forza, Gears of War E-Day, and the return of a classic that's been with us since the beginning.
I mean, it's gotta be Halo, right? What other game is there? Oh, fuck. But that brings us back to today in that blog where Halo Studios was commenting on all the rumors of what the next Halo title should be and said they will be showing off their projects this October. What rumors, you may be asking? Well, there's a lot of them, but one of the biggest
They're
ones
showing
going
it in
around is that
October?
the next Halo title is going to release on PlayStation. I mean, if that becomes true, that would be crazy. So many people
Then
play on
it's
PlayStation and
definitely
haven't
a
played
remake
Halo
of
at
Halo
all,
1.
or stop
That-
playing after the 360. I mean, I'm down for that. I'd love for more people
They're
to play
gonna
Halo
just
and
try to
recognize
bring the
why
entire
Halo is so
franchise
iconic.
over
Later
to
on,
the
Halo
PlayStation
Championship
now
Series
that
also
they've
contributed
lost
to
the
fan
fucking
speculation,
console
as
war.
this year they're retiring Halo Infinite from official HCS competition, which is really sad. It's actually one of the few esports I enjoy watching. But one of the few things that they mentioned is that 2026 will be Halo's 25th anniversary, and quote, "We plan to celebrate the occasion in style with the whole community." Very interesting, don't you think? Around this time, more leaks began to surface, giving us a clearer picture of what Halo Studios was cooking in the kitchen. But we will be going over that in just a little bit. Going back
Is
to
that
though,
the
team have been
fucking
working hard over the past year
Xbox?
with
That
the
thing
crew
is
they have now,
massive
updating the game
looking.
with several new sandbox additions, most recently the Carbine and the Falcon, ending the cut multiplayer narratives
I
with
still
linear
never
firefight levels and
seen
short
the
stories,
new
and releasing a
or
novel that
this
serves as a
current
direct
generation in
continuation
real
to Halo
life.
Infinite. Now I know that sucks, but to play devil's advocate, Bungie also
It's a
did that
weird
with
sentence to
Crush
say,
Run,
like
but it
I've
does
never
make me
seen the
sad we never got
consoles
to
in
see that
person.
DLC continuation of Infinite's story. It really makes it seem like the Infinite's development is ending soon, with the announcement from the HCS supporting that. So it seems like Halo Studios is focusing their shift onto the next game. So what better way to bring Halo back into the spotlight than with collaborations from other popular titles? Fortnite, in their latest season, added UNSC Spartans to the Battle Pass, wearing Infinite's Mark 7 armor, including callbacks to the classic red and blue colors and the flaming heads. Though why they have a Reno helmet instead of the Mark 7 will always kind of
Halo Overwatch crossover.
I don't know, I think I'm too used to Infinite's models.
event.
This one just looks kind of odd to me.
Where
But
we get to
Fortnite
play
isn't the
Griffball.
only one collaborating with Halo.
With
Helldivers
Gravity
2
Hammers
recently released on
is
Xbox,
Reinhardt.
and with that they also added the ODST shock troopers to the game, which is just so fitting for this game. I think the team at Arrowhead did a phenomenal job with the ODST and weapon models.
That would
Seeing
actually
both
be kinda
publisher
sick.
logos back to back is still pretty jarring though.
Gravity
Keep in mind, though, all
Hammer,
of these announcements have been happening for the
Mythic
past couple
Weapon,
months
or whatever
since
they
Xbox's
call
Summer
it.
Showcase. So who knows what
Weapon
else is in store
variant
for the next month.
for
But with
Reinhardt.
good news, there's also bad news. In a recent
yeah,
layoff of
Gravity
about
Hammer.
5 employees at the studio, a developer commented on how studio
Plasma?
morale was low and how
No,
there
that
has
would
been
be lame.
difficulty
That'd
in
be really
development,
stupid,
which doesn't
actually.
bode a lot of
I was
confidence,
thinking
especially with
plasma
Microsoft
pistols
using
for
contractors and the push to
Tracer.
use AI more. This is just a report from one developer though, and for me at least, I want to see the final product before I assume anything. With that being said, there's nothing else to talk about but to dive into the leaks and rumors of what could possibly be the next Halo game. I'll be starting from least likely to most likely projects to be revealed. The least likely prediction would be Halo Infinite being ported into Unreal Engine and released on PlayStation. This one, as far as I know, is just
what?
rumors and there's nothing to support this. Plus, while I love the game,
That-
I don't think it'd be a good idea. I don't
that
think a lot of people have
sounds-
a positive reception to it. And while we're on the topic of
That'd
past
be
games, there's been no
so
evidence of porting the Master Chief
stupid.
Collection to PlayStation. Another
That'd be the
possibility is finally adding Halo
stupidest
5 to
fucking
MCC,
thing.
since this year is its 10th anniversary, although there's been no evidence to support this at all. Next would be Halo 7, and that's mainly because of the HCS article stating they won't be returning in 2026. So Halo 7 would most likely come out in 2027. Maybe they'll drop like a little teaser, but I imagine there's other projects they want to show
Halo
off first,
7
which
in
takes me to
2020. I don't
Project
see
Echo.
that
For those
at
unfamiliar,
all.
this was formerly known as Project Tatanka, a canceled battle royale that's being worked on by 343, but then was handed over to Certain Affinity. According to Rebs Gaming and a source, it had been changed to use Unreal Engine 5, and has been receiving updates recently. Now whether or not it's still a battle royale, we don't know. And I don't really know what the reception towards a Halo battle royale would be. I mean, look at Splitgate 2. In my opinion, Halo doesn't necessarily need a battle royale. It'd be cool as a nice addition to something else. So if they're gonna do it, they
I have,
better have
like,
something
zero
else with it
interest
that is
in that
authentic.
personally.
Which brings me to a project that has been the most leaked,
Bring back
at least compared to the other
small
rumors,
arena
the most credible
map
Halo project to be revealed this October.
gameplay. I don't
Halo
know,
Combat
man.
Evolved Remake. This leak
Why?
isn't even
Why
recent.
am I
remember
dropping
seeing it
frames? What is happening right now? Why am I dropping frames? Like, how am I supposed to tell what is causing that? Just out of nowhere. understand. Like, all of a sudden, I'm having these weird network issues. Well, fuck, I've been streaming for 4 hours anyway, so we hit the mark where I usually cut. And while it looks like my internet's gonna cut out here anyway, so if anybody's there, I appreciate you. I stream every day, different times at the moment, so if you want to catch me again, best bet is to subscribe or follow me on the socials in the link tree that I have, I think, either in the descriptions on my YouTube channel for sure, in the bio. So if you want to know when I go live, I usually put out a message or whatever. I'm not super into social media, so I just kind of post when I'm going live. If you want to know when I go live and you use those social media platforms, then you will know when I go live. I'll see you. Thank you for coming by. I love you.